like moyo. Wanavyotupa vile ile maoni yao, wanazidi kutupa nguvu ya kusimama tena. Tuweze kufikisha malengo yetu ambayo tulikuwa tuliyapanga.
Martha's determination to rebuild her life and pursue her aspirations, such as enrolling in a tailoring shop, serves as a beacon of hope in the fight against gender-based violence. In Gongoni, we crossed paths with Caroline Zawadi, a survivor-turned-advocate whose tale of resilience inspires us all. Despite facing adversity at a young age, and by the support of the Kenya Red Cross Society, Caroline found empowerment.
With a word of prayer, and our word of prayer will actually be the national anthem, and therefore I'll request that we all stand up so that we can honor the national anthem and also the East African anthem. Yeah, studio. Even as the studio is setting up, we'll want to recognize the presence of all the partners who are able to heed our call. Amnesty International, we want to thank you so much. Ngek, I've seen we have Beatrice in the house, thank you so much. IRC, CCGD, and many more will be able to recognize you during this particular session. Yeah, thank you very much. Studio. This is a very good energizer. Tumetoka kunywa chai. It is good for us pia tusimame kidogo. Digestion take place, metabolism increase kidogo. Yeah, so we are good. Thank you so much. So thank you very much. Again, we want to apologize for the time we've taken to start. We ought to have started at around 8:45 to 9. But again, please accept our apologies. Some of our senior leadership are engaged in another meeting. We're expecting our Deputy Secretary General, John Balu, who ought to have been joining us, but then he sends his regards. He'll be joining us shortly. Also receive greetings from our Secretary General, Kenya Red Cross, Dr. Ahmed Idris. He's graced this occasion. He's also helped us to put up this very first occasion of its own kind. And this is the first time we are actually hosting the 16 Days of Activism, the Voice for Change live event. So we are going to start on a very high note, even as we wait for some of the senior management team to walk in. And just to remind you that we'll go live in a few minutes, in a short while. And also mention that even as we will be having this live session, and because we know that guys will be moving in and out, at one point before we start, we'll request that we all have a group photo so that we can also save on time. I know most of the time, once we normally close events, people normally tend to walk in and out. But then for this particular course, we'll request that after the first particular keynote, we will come in front here and then have a group photo. Now, without further ado, I mentioned that we'll be introducing and recognizing our partners who've been able to join us here today as the day goes by. I would want to request that we have one of us who will speak on behalf of the partners with a keynote opening remark. And then after that, we'll be able to have rejoinders where we can also take time to recognize our partners. So please allow me to welcome on stage Silas Kininya. Silas works for Amazon Counseling Center. I'll be speaking on behalf of all of us who've been able to walk in here. Tafadhali, please, let's give him a round of applause. Please, you can do better than that. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Willis. I've written something small so that at least I do not miss anything in our sharing today. So good morning, everyone. As you've been told, I'm Silas Kirinya. I'm a counseling psychologist professionally. And I lead an organization called Amazon Counseling Center, where we provide psychological services. As we gather today, I want to begin by appreciating each one of you for the work that you continue to do, especially in regards to addressing GBV and also supporting the survivors. Your presence here is not just a participation. It is a commitment to healing, to restoring dignity, and restoring also our communities. Allow me to sincerely appreciate, as we begin, the Kenya Red Cross, particularly, and also the Switch Media for the work that they're doing to be able to convey this session of today. Thank you for creating this space so that for us partners who are in the field trying to support, of course, supporting the GBV, to be able to gather together and reflect together, to collaborate, to strengthen our collective response towards GBV. We really appreciate for giving us this opportunity. I also wish to honor the following partners specifically: UNPFA, GEC, that is NGEC, GVRC, SHOFCO, IRC, Finda Kenya, Fine Red Cross, Zamzam Foundation, Tuco-Kenya, Sky Girls Kenya, Amazon Counseling Center, NEFAC, Childline Kenya, and Collaborative Center for Gender Development. Your dedication brings hope. Each organization here represents a lifeline, an intervention, an advocacy, a safe space, a hand that life matter, but also a hand that lifts a survivor from pain to empowerment. And as a therapist who has been practicing for the last 10 years, I deal almost on a daily basis with survivors. You can see in their eyes, in their voice, the pain that they go through, how difficult it is for them to be reintegrated back to the society after such experiences. You can see how their dignity is completely eroded. And it's not easy to meet someone who feels like their worth is completely eroded. It's difficult. It's a painful experience. But you're gathering here today to give voices to those survivors. It's truly a blessing to them, but also it's a moment of accomplishment, not in the sense of the world success per se, but it's a moment of accomplishment that we have made a contribution to the life of someone. And so we appreciate each and every one of you today. I believe this gathering of today is just a beginning of many other forums that we're going to meet, to gather, to reevaluate, to reflect, but also to find a way forward so that we can work together and continue supporting the survivors. Thank you so much. We are hoping for a very beautiful and wonderful collaboration moment and interaction moment. Let's remain open today. Thank you so much.
Hello? We can do better than that. Yes, yes. All right. So, thank you very much, Silas from Amazon. I know this will also be a networking session for us. We are going to have a networking session after this particular program. So, without further ado, I'm being directed that one, we are going to all come up on stage. But before we come up on stage, I'm requesting that probably if we could, just for the audience, if you could just sit down, but then I'm requesting is there a need to rearrange the stage? Hamdi and team? We are good, eh? All right. So I'll request the media team, Scovia, to come and probably give us guidance on how we are likely to sit up front here. And then after that, please, you can just come in, Scovia, kindly. We can have a group photo. Then after that, we'll go back to our seats. And then we'll be able to project for you the program for the day. I know some of us had actually received this program online, but for those who haven't received it, I think this is the best time for you to get to know how many sessions are here, what we are going to be discussing, and then after that, we get live on session. Sawa sawa? Yeah, so thank you very much. So, you can just guide us. Okay, so I think we'll just walk in. I'll just request that we just come in. Feel free. You can just come, have a seat. Vijana, wanaume, majenzi, sisi tutasimama nyuma so that we can have a group photo first before we start. Please, we can just come in. Tunaweza kuja tu, tusiogope.
Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria mume wangu ananikata na kisu.
Nilipotufungua mlango wakaniambia lala chini.
Ndio akaanza kuniambia mambo yako tena mimi siyataki. Na huyo mtoto naye simtaki, taangalia mambo yangu, wewe na angalia mambo yako mengine.
Sababu sikuijua. Hasa ni hilo shamba au ni uchawi, sijui.
Empowering communities to be aware of their GBV rights and also be able to have a space where there is safe reporting channels within the community.
Walipakwa, wakapata sinaa, wakapata wengine magonjwa, wengine wakaumia tu hata kufanya kazi hawawezi.
Akaniambia sasa mimi sijui, na vile sijui wewe pambana na hali yako. Utoe mimba, utafute pesa, utoe mimba, na kama utatoa mimba, mimi siyajui.
Alikuwa anataka kunipiga. Sasa mimi nikafanya hivi. Miti basi ikapitia juu ya chini ya mkono.
Yeah, so all we wanted was this background to just kind of show solidarity with regards to our partners who've been able to support this particular venture. I'll also request that we please feel free to occupy the seats in front of us. Tusiziache tuzikue bila watu. Please feel free, tunaweza kaa hapa. Silas, you can have a seat in front here. Yes, please. Charlene, are you okay there? Where's my friend? I'm looking for Jacinta. Jacinta, come. Let's occupy this. We don't buy it. Sisi ndio tunaran hii show. All of us, actually. Yeah. Okay. So, thank you very much. I'll request the studio to please project for us the program of the day. We are good? We don't have it? Okay. Yeah, so how many have the program? How many have received the program? By just a show of hand? Excellent. So we are good? We are good, right? Perfect. So, having said so, I think we'll just go straight to the point. We'll just go straight to the point and just to bring to your attention for those who are not aware of how the day is going to run. First, we have 5 sessions, and these 5 sessions are actually timed. I know that we've started late, but just to bring to your attention is that we'll have the first session, which will be discussing something around digital violence against women and children, while aligning this to the theme of this year's 16 days of activism against GBV. And this year's theme, as all of you know, is to end digital violence against women, children, and also men. Sinikweli Silas? Yes. So we are going to have a panel, and I'm happy that we have a representation from ANGEC, that is the National Gender and Equality Commission. Please, we can just give them a round of applause. They'll be able to introduce themselves. The other panelist, I know she's online, Miss Alberta Wambua from Gender-Based Violence Recovery Center. She's actually the executive director. She's online. Please, we can just give her a round of applause. And then we also have Edna Njeri. I know, I believe she's here. Probably she can just raise her hand up if she's here from Sky Girls. She's the project lead. Wow, makofi kwake, please. Good to see you. And in this first session, I'll be the moderator. I'll formally introduce myself during that particular time, okay? So let's take note of that first session. For the second session, We are going to be discussing about women, dignity, period poverty, and menstrual hygiene. And in this particular panel, our moderator will be Jacinta from CCGD. Makofi kwa Jacinta. Yes, and then we'll also have Miss Irene Oiro from Shovco. I don't know whether Irene is here. Wow, makofi kwake, please. Thank you so much. And then she'll be joined by a program manager, Zamzam Foundation, Fahia Ahmed. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Then we'll also have Fawe Kenya. Fawe, Beatrice Wambui Gidinji. Is she on board? Wow, karibu sana, makofi. Good to see you. Yeah. And then we'll have Mercy Gidara from Kenya Red Cross. Mercy, please, mkono yako juu, makofi kwake. And actually, before we start the live session, Mercy, she's our mental health and psychosocial support focal point and specialist for Kenya Red Cross. Mercy, niongeze kitu ingine tena niwaambie? Niachie hapo, nisichome. It's okay. Thank you so much, Mercy Gidara. That actually forms our second session. Our third session will be moderated by Charlene Nasimiyu. Charlene, please, mkono juu. Makofi kwa Charlene. And under Charlene's team, they'll be discussing about inclusion and intersectionalities. This will be one of the most beautiful and the most interesting themes to discuss on the issues around the intersectionalities. And in her panel, we are going to have Rebecca Mbuti from IRC. Makofi kwa Rebecca, please. Good to see you, Rebecca. And then Rebecca will be joined by Zaina Kombo. Do we have Zaina Kombo in the house from, wow, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Zaina. Actually, Zaina is our campaigns manager for equality and anti-discrimination. That's under the Amnesty International. Karibu sana. We'll be able to give you an opportunity to also voice out through a keynote as we'll be closing out. So thank you so much. Then we have Stephen Cheboy. Stephen Cheboy is working for the NGO Council of Kenya. Is he in, Stephen Cheboy? Okay, fine. In that panel, we're also going to have NEFAC, and NEFAC will be represented by Caroline Gatimu. Is Caroline Gatimu in? Wow, makofi kwa Caroline. Actually, Caroline, you are the first person to walk in, right? I saw you are the first person. Anyway, on a light note, thank you so much. And that will form our third session. Our fourth session will be on child protection, OXEA. We've all heard of OXEA, right? Yes. Child protection, cyberbullying, and data protection. And this will be also one of those very interesting panels. And this panel will have Ngek, Beatrice. Again, you'll be in this panel. I know we've done a lot of work with you around children's, and therefore, please, we'll be able to catch up in this particular panel. And then we have one of our very own famous, wacha nikuite famous for this one, because people need to get to know who you are. Will be able to tell us more about what you do. How many have heard of Auntie Lukis on TikTok? By just a show of hand. You've heard of Auntie Lukis, yeah? So, in short, Auntie Lukis is here with us. Makofi kwake, please, your hand up. Yes, that is Auntie Lukis. She works for Childline Kenya. And then we're also going to have Zaina Kombo, thank you so much, from Amnesty International. Again, she'll be sitting down in this particular forum. And then Usikimye. Are we on board? Usikimye? They are coming? Thank you so much. And in this particular one, I'll be the one moderating. Again, if you forgot my name is Wilson Owino, Opudo, I work for Kenya Red Cross. I do support protection and gender inclusion. And also MNCH, that's maternal neonatal health. Thank you so much. Yeah, so that's how the day is going to run. Last but not least, Mercy will come in. She'll be moderating the last session, which will be on mental health and psychosocial support, as well as SGBV. And again here, we are going to have Silas Kirinya. Thank you so much, Silas. You're already here. Makofi kwa Silas. We're also going to have myself. Makofi kwangu, please. And then last but not least, Dorothy Okemo, who is the executive director from Access to Medicines platform. Is Dorothy on board? Oh, but you are representing her. Remind us of your name, please. We need to recognize you. Lynette Achieng. Rateng. Please, makofi kwa Lynette Rateng. Very brave of you. Thank you so much. Yes, so that's how our day is going to run. And the studio is guiding me that we have exactly 4 hours of this. Scovia, before we go live, please, I'll need you 1 minute. Or who is our director? Please, yeah, I'll need the director here for 1 minute so that he can be able to give us a few rules and regulations during the live coverage. I know this is the first one we are doing, but we really want to amplify this last day of the 16 days of activism, especially on this gray area around online violence. Yeah, so I'll request that the director who comes in to just give us a few rules and regulations, even as we prepare for the first panel to walk in. Please feel free, introduce yourself. People need to also get to know you. Don't feel shy. This is a safe space. So karibu sana. Yes, over to you. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Antoinette Dede. I work for Switch TV. So we have simple house rules. We will be recording a full session that is live on YouTube and Facebook. So we ask that because it's live, we'll be having our breaks. Our breaks are 8 minutes. During the break, we'll be having us using the restroom. So in between, I ask that we remain silent and then we maintain our positions. Any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those simple rules. Now, colleagues, I'll want to introduce the first panel, and as I had read them out earlier, I know that one of us is online, but please, as I call you, please, I'll request that we really clap for our panelists till they sit down. Are we clear? Until they sit down. Sawa. And then the moment we go live, because we're expecting to reach quite a wider coverage, and we'll be happy to share with you the report of this particular session. Please, we hope that all of us, including myself, we are going to observe the house rules. Now, I want to introduce the first panel, which I had already introduced, but I want to call in our panelists for the first session. And in the first session, which we'll be discussing on digital violence against women and children, I want to welcome our very own Beatrice Achieng, if I'm not wrong, from the National Gender and Equality Commission. Please, let's give a round of applause. Please, we can do better than this. Please, Beatrice, you can come in on stage. Please, until she sits down, please, at least, you can have a seat. Thank you so much. Any seat. Beatrice Onyango, sorry. Anyango Wino. It's okay, we share a name anyway. Yeah. So you'll be able to introduce yourself during the session. Our second panelist, I know that she's online. We have Miss Alberta Wambua. Is she online? Do we have the link to her? Thank you so much, Alberta, for joining us. Karibu sana. Please, we can just give virtual makofis so that she can be able to hear. That is Alberta over there. And then the last panelist to come on stage is actually Miss Edna Njeri. Miss Edna Njeri, please can come in as she comes in. Edna Njeri is the project lead, Sky Girls Kenya. So makofi kwake, Edna. You can actually have a seat over here. Thank you very much. Yes. So we'll be able to quickly move very straight to the session. And just begin. And as all of us know, this year, the theme for the 16 days of activism was actually around ending digital violence against all women and children. And therefore, as all of us know, Edna and Miss Alberta, as well as Beatrice, 1 in every 3 women experiences violence, at least in her life. And also, as all of us sit here, we also know very well that in every 10 minutes, at least, a woman or a girl is killed by a partner in the family or probably undergoes intimate partner violence. And that aside, we've spoken about the intersectionalities. Again, you note that we have adolescents, at least 1 in every 4 aged between 15 to 19 years have already experienced intimate partner violence. And in the online space alone, as all of you know, we realize that there's also a lot of cyber harassment, which is twice as likely to target women and girls compared to men. And this also escalates into the online platform space. So as we transition over to this discussion, I want us to actually think as the audience. I want to pose a question for us, and as we'll be ending this session, we'll be able to actually have a small mentee that will be able to probably wrap up and also give us a strategic way forward from this particular discussion. And I want to pose this question to you. What are the practical steps that we as advocates, the communities, and the digital platforms jointly can take to strengthen early detection, prevention, and reporting of online exploitation of women, girls, and children? This is food for thought for us. We'll be able to actually revisit this before we close the first session. But then, over to you, to Beatrice Anyango. I know that you'll be introducing yourself officially, but again, from a policy lens and legal lens, what gaps does the National Gender Equality Commission see as most urgent in addressing digital violence against women and children in Kenya? Yeah, I don't know that you have a mic with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wilson. Once again to all our participants, good morning. I think I started the introduction. My name is Beatrice Owino, Anyango Wino. I work with National Gender and Equality Commission as a program officer or a technical officer in issues of gender and women at the Commission. So back to the question. And thank you, Kenya Red Cross, for this partnership and giving NGC an opportunity to share what we have in the domain of protecting women and girls. And the gaps that NGC has realized in TFGBV are as follows. One of the gaps is we have weak enforcement of laws. I really have to appreciate and acknowledge that as Kenya we have laws that are governing issues of GBV, like in our Constitution, the Children's Act, SOS, Sexual Offences Act. And the challenge is the enforcement, the weakness of enforcement of these laws. And also we do not have laws and policies that are addressing response to this technology-facilitated GBV. We have low levels of awareness, that is to the general public. So there's need to enhance awareness creation to our public on all the spheres, the laws, the policies, where they can seek services, and many other things. And also we have inadequate resource allocation on the implementation of these laws and policies. When I talk of inadequate resource allocation, I talk even about the manpower, that is the technical officers who are supposed to implement this in all the spectrum. That is when you come to the judiciary, you come to the field officers, we do not have sufficient or enough employees to intervene in such, and also the budgetary allocation for the implementation. So that includes the policy, and also we have the normalization. This is a culture of people taking it as it is normal. It is normal to see this online, it is normal. So we have gotten used to them until we now take it, it's a normal occurrence. And so it doesn't even click to our mind that that is an abuse that is happening to our women and girls, be it photos. We even find that some content creators or innovators uses to, whether knowingly or unknowingly or unconsciously, post it online, and those are forms of abuse.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. I think we are really learning a lot. I know that this has not been a good season for us, especially around resource mobilization and also budgetary allocation. And it's been a very tough year, especially for very many actors in the space of addressing issues around gender-based violence. And right now, the most trending form being the digital form of violence. And probably just to pose one question, what kind of support or what do we need to do in order to be able to kind of also streamline the referral pathways around addressing online gender-based violence? What are some of the low-lying fruits from where you sit that we can easily embrace as a community? Yeah.
Some of the low-lying fruits that we can quickly tap on is having a coordinated approach, where as stakeholders and agencies working together in this field, we can come together and work in a coordinated approach. And this can be hosted or chaired by the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. We can also have a coordinated approach towards the implementation or response, where we do not have different agencies running on their own silos, but we have a coordinated approach, and probably we develop or come up with a tool or a system that is working for all of us. So we develop a tool, and in this tool we are able to tap in the reports and the data, and we even feed the response to that, to whatever actions that we've taken.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beatrice. probably in the also the pathway, is there a space for the Communications Authority of Kenya to be able to also address this? Do you think these are people whom we may want to bring on board into these working groups, as you've mentioned, to be able to also help and support with the enforcement against TFGBV?
Yeah, thank you very much, Wilson. They are a key stakeholder that needs to be brought on board, and being the people who are charged with issues of communication, actually they should be the first stakeholder to be brought on board. And besides that, we also need to bring on board the private practitioners, like the content creators, the media, because we find that with the current generation, a lot of information we get through the media, various forums of the media, social media, the TikTok and what have you. So the content creators and media owners really need to be brought on board so that they are taking safety measures when they are getting their products out for the market.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. So one lesson that you are learning is that it will be good for us to also bring on board some of the media owners, especially the Media Owners Association, the Communication Authority of Kenya, and also the other online platforms such as Google, Microsoft, and the likes, right? Okay, yes. Thank you so much. Now, globally, as all of you may be aware, close to about 16 to 58% of women and girls undergo technology-facilitated forms of gender-based violence. However, they still lack of, one, awareness, because we don't see them being reported. Number two, that also brings in the question on whether there's actually data to be able to actually give us or inform us on key decisions that are supposed to be made in terms of response. And therefore, I want to shift gears over to our panelist, that's Ms. Alberta, who is actually online, Wambua from Gender-Based Violence Recovery Center. Alberta, are you able to get us? Are you able to hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us, and we are happy to have you online. And as you've heard from us, we were talking about the statistics. Sorry about that. We quickly want to shift gears over to the statistics. And as one of the key personnel who is working within the Gender-Based Violence Recovery Center, what are the trends? What are these trends that you've been able to observe with regards to the emerging, in regards to the cases of survivors of digital forms of GBV, and how are these actually affecting their mental, physical, and psychosocial well-being? If you are able to hear us, and thank you so much for joining us. Over to you. Are you able to hear us, Ms. Alberta?
Should I proceed?
Yes, we can now hear you. We can also see you.
Thank you for having me. So, yes, there are different forms of technologically facilitated gender-based violence that we receive at the Gender Violence Recovery Center. I'll speak to some of them and then speak to the additional statistics that you mentioned. So one of them is the non-consensual image or video sharing or revenge porn. And we also have online harassment, defamation, or doxing. That's information being posted, publicly. And then we also have emergingly so, and also increasing the deepfakes or technologically facilitated photos. Interestingly, I just saw one today morning. I'll tell you about two. So who reports? We have reports from all forms, all survivors of gender-based violence, but I'll speak specifically about young women and students, but also generally also girls. So from these survivors who report to GVRC, they mostly it's perpetrated by people close to them, intimate partners or ex-partners, and occasionally it would also be online contacts, so strangers. When we talk about the number of cases that are seen, the GVRC would support about 3,600 cases in 1 year. But I'll speak specifically to a report that was done by the UNFPA that said it's about 64.4% of females will be violated through TFGBV and 35.5% for the male. And speaking about the earlier forms of TFGBV, so talk about defamation being at 21.9%, cyberbullying at 19.1%, and non-consensual pornography at 17.8%. So a lot of these survivors would have what we call the double harm. That means sometimes it moves from the online space to the offline space, and to be treated with physical harm, rape, family stigma, among others. And a lot of them, again, will not report because of different things. You're avoiding re-traumatization. You fear that, or economically, for example, dependent on the survivor, or you have no trust in the system. As Beatrice said, we are not fully ready for the response. Going to the impacts of the same, so mentally, there's high prevalence of anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress symptoms. Physically and psychosomatic, you have, for example, sleep disturbances, headaches, appetite changes, and some would even go to the extent of having self-harm or harming themselves. Psychologically, economically, economic coercion can occur, for example, for some are being extorted and so forth, and even the cost of the supporting that has happened. Reputational harm is also some of it that happens. So I'd say I'll pause there, and that would be some of the impact then that would have on survivors. I must mention that some of the survivors, like children, even adults, would meet their perpetrators through online conditioning or coercion, so to speak. So we've met survivors, for example, of children, boys, who've been raped, who met their perpetrators through the video dance, for example, and they were conditioned and shown pornographic materials, and after that they were raped, all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alberta. Wow, that was quite a rich statistics there. I mean, 3,005, was it 3,600 in a year, if all of us had 3,000 cases of online technology-facilitated gender-based violence in a year. I mean, Ms. Alberta, how do you do it? How is your community engagement and accountability strategy? I mean, how have you been able to actually identify, or what are the measures that you guys have put in place to be able to, identify these cases? That's quite a huge number. Thank you. Over to you, Alberta.
So thank you. So as we do lots of sensitization to the community, for example, and capacity enhancement, we do that through existing structures. So I'll give you an example of the community health promoters, for example, working with, earlier you talked about the Communications Authority of Kenya, with helplines, with the Kenya Police Cybercrime Unit, the National Police Service, and so forth. So there's a lot of awareness creation and enhancing of capacities of the different service providers and working towards a functional referral pathway so that then there's an end-to-end as we support the survivors. So now that I've talked about response, let me talk about response finish and then go to the prevention. So we also have 8 gender violence recovery centers and also have other 14 established in county government hospitals. So this enhances access to services for survivors of gender-based violence. We recently just launched the HODI app. So that's an online platform, and that shows you the other side, the flip side of technology. They can also be used to create awareness, but also respond to survivors of gender-based violence and give timely response, so to speak, and also give some safety around it and case management systems. So the OD app is an app for response and prevention developed by the Gender Violence Coverage Center with support from the Embassy of Denmark in Kenya. And here then you're able to report violence, you're able to upload videos, you're able even as a service provider to see within your locality how you're able to support this survivor of gender-based violence. We also have school programs across the country. So through these school programs, so whatever spaces then we're in terms of prevention, we're able to create awareness. It starts with awareness and people realizing exactly what is technologically facilitated gender-based violence and where can I get response on the scene. Sustained community awareness. Example, what we're doing today, creating awareness and letting people understand this is what TFGBV is about. This is how we can prevent it. This is where we can seek support. Biggest of all, again, is to have trusted flag bearers. A lot of times survivors, and we mentioned earlier, there are unreported cases and a lot of violence that goes unreported. So having trusted flag bearers within either the existing structures or community, there's the watchdogs. A good example is in Homa Bay. Some point this year, they started community watchdogs because there's a lot of defilement cases and gender-based violence cases. So then they're able to highlight or bring forth exactly then what's happening, where violence is happening. I think that's what I could say. Also triangulating the collaboration. I think Beatrice alluded to it earlier, where then you have a clear link between the community, the child protection services, or the response services, the cybercrime. So our whole support system, and partly how this works is either through the court users committees or even at the counties where you have the technical working groups that have state and non-state actors. They're able to come together, synergize, and know these are the issues that are within our locality, and this is how we respond to them, because then that also reduces impunity and, as you said, holds people to account.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Now, Edna, you work with adolescent girls, and as I know that you are the project lead for the Sky Girls, an organization called Sky Girls. Probably, if you'll tell us about it, tell us about yourself, tell us about what Sky Girls do, then we can be able to move.
Okay, so just like Wilson said, I'm the project lead for Sky Girls Kenya. Sky Girls is a Pan-African empowerment movement for teen girls. We currently have a presence in 7 African markets, and in Kenya, Sky Girls is managed by Tandem Network. So I work at Tandem Network. We empower teen girls around various issues. We help them build their confidence to go after the skills, the goals that they want, and we help them have the language and the refusal techniques to resist negative pressures in their life so that they're able to find their sky.
Wow, excellent. Now, Edna, 1 in every 4 girls, for this case, the ages between 15 to 19 years, has experienced either intimate partner violence or a form of GBV. It could be online. Now, our question to you is, based on your work while working with adolescents, how can communities and digital platforms collaborate to detect, prevent, and safely report online exploitation of children and young people?
Okay, so I'll start off with detection, and detection begins with awareness. The young people, the children, the adolescents need to be aware of some of the red flags to look out for so that they're able to note when something is off, and then they can communicate it, they can report it. So you need to be able to tell them things like, don't give out your personal information. They're very keen to grow their following online, but you need to tell them, if there's an account that's following you and you have no mutual followers, it's a strange account, be on the lookout, don't engage with them, don't give them your personal information. And then once they're aware of it, they need to feel like they can communicate it. So when we work with the girls, we often tell them to look for trusted adults. So we always tell them, find someone you can talk to, find someone who will listen to you. So then for us, as the trusted adults, we need to be able to listen to them. We need to be open to hear what they have to say when they speak up about what they may be going through. Beyond the listening, there's also the noticing. When children are going through something, there'll be a change in the pattern of their behavior. There'll be something, they're not eating, they're withdrawn, they're spending more time in their room, they're spending a lot more time on their phone. So just noticing those changes so that you're able to bring up this conversation and then they're able to share with you. Something that everyone has talked about, both Beatrice and Alberta, is the reporting. So having clear reporting pathways. I'll give an example. For us, we have WhatsApp groups where we have hundreds of girls in the groups. And we always have WhatsApp admins who are older girls who are able to monitor what's happening. They know what to look out for. So in the instance of the WhatsApp group, the girls will know, in case of anything, reach out to the admin will reach out to our safeguarding consultant, and we're able to handle it. So in that digital space, we have a clear reporting pathway. But also now for the girls who are on Instagram and other platforms, it's important for them to know where they should go. Of course, you can report an account, but I need to be able to take this offline because as much as it's happening to me online, it's going to have some effects, like Alberta said, to my personal life on offline. So, yeah.
Wow. That's quite a chunk. But then, Edna, consequence management.
Mm-hmm.
How do you manage this consequence? How do you tie the loose ends? Assuming I'm an adolescent, yeah. I've actually been abused on. Someone has just taken my picture or just said some offensive words against me in a group. How do you handle it? That is my first question. Okay. And then number two, how have you managed to actually mobilize girls? I mean, where are they coming from? We have WhatsApp groups, so where are they? I mean, what's your strategy in terms of entry to the community?
Okay, so for the first question, I'll use an example of a scenario that actually happened, where we had girls in the group trying to be recruited to like raise money, like send money to someone. And what we did, first of all, we've gotten to the place where it's community-based, where the girls will be like, reaching out to the admin and saying, this account is trying to ask us for money, this account is trying to side chat us. So when they report it, we then reach out to a safeguarding consultant. From there, we engage the girls directly, and because they opt in to join the group, we would reach out to them and present options. First of all, do you like to speak to someone? Then they can speak to a safeguarding consultant. Beyond that, would they like to file a report? We can give them the contacts to where they can report. So that's how we handle it in the groups. In terms of mobilization of the girls, so we have an offline presence. We work in schools and we work in local communities. So we go to schools and we have different assets. We have magazines, we have TV shows, we have a physical space that girls come to us. So through that, they're able to learn that if they want to connect with other Sky Girls, they can join our WhatsApp groups. But we're also on other social media platforms. We have hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok, Instagram. So whenever girls want to connect with each other and they want to meet other Sky Girls, we're able to verify their information and then add them to our WhatsApp groups.
Wow, excellent. Now, we're about to come to a close for this first session, but I want to go back and revisit Miss Alberta Wambua. There's something you've mentioned that GBVRC has actually developed an online app that is actually out there to actually report these cases. Is it something that you are able to share with us? Is it something that probably we can be able to get after this, or is it something that's already out there in the public domain, even as we plan to go through an energizing session to just have a mentee? Yeah, over to you, Ms. Alberta, if you are still...
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. So yes, the Hodi app mentioned is an online reporting platform that we're able to report across the country. It's a digital referral database or platform. So apart from reporting, even the service providers or the responders are able also to go to the platform and check. So for example, currently I'm in Nyeri. If I encounter a GBV survivor, I'm able to check and see where they're able to get the different services, right from the police station, the health facility, the legal bit of it, and who are these people then they're able to call, or even an ambulance, because then we also do rescues and have a toll-free number. So yes, it's on Play Store. I have a colleague of mine there. She's called Delphine Mwango. She can raise her hand. I saw her a couple of times. So she'll be able to share that also with the team and speak more to it. So this is a platform supported by Embassy of Denmark in Kenya. It's important to say that for us, it's also very timely because as we come towards the electoral period, starting even now, we saw the by-elections and what happened. We saw the protest before, and coming up even the next year, there's a lot of technologically facilitated gender-based violence, but also gender-based violence. There's an upsurge of the same around this period. So for us, it's also a timely platform and call upon different partners, including Red Cross, to partner with us in terms of response and prevention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberta. Yeah, so we are coming to the end of this first session, and we want to take some lessons. When I started, I did mention that I did pose a question to all of us to be able to actually guide us from these discussions on what are some of the lessons that we are learning, and also the practical steps that we as advocates in the community and also the communities, the community itself and digital platforms can jointly take to strengthen early detection, prevention, and also report any forms of online exploitation of women, girls, children, and also the forgotten population of boys, sailors, and men. As we set up the Mentimeter, I just want to mention that from Kenya Red Cross, first of all, we are present across all the 47 counties. And number two is that our GBV efforts are actually being supported by donors, and we also have partner national societies. Some of them whom are here with us, I want to recognize CCGD. I think we've worked together, same to GBVRC. We've worked together with the UNFPA on matters addressing gender-based violence. And I also know that for UNFPA, rightly, currently, the technology-facilitated forms of GBV is one of their very main key agenda that they're currently trying to address. Aside from that, we are one of the key or main partners to work with because one, we also have we have school programs, at least across all the counties. And number two, we also get support from Finnish Red Cross. And Finnish Red Cross are our key partners who are actually supporting matters gender-based violence as well as sexual productive health rights. Also not forgetting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Embassy of Finland in Kenya, who are also supporting this particular initiative. So, studio, do we have our mentee? We'll want to now close by just having this short session to just get together on what we who are seated here as advocates, our communities can be able to actually bring on board and actually intervene for us to be able to have early detection, respond, and also prevent any forms of online gender-based violence. Is our mentee ready? Yes, please. Perfect. So please, studio, over to you. If we could quickly just project the mentee code so that all of us who are seated here probably can just use our phones to just scan the code or just take the... it's not yet ready? Okay, perfect. So before we close then, I believe this is something that you can be able to pick up before we close over this day. But I'll want to hand over the last minutes to the audience. Is there anyone who has a question, an input, or even just a compliment to this particular first session? Yeah. You can just raise your hand up. Yes, yes, over to you. Introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and then you can ask the question.
And my main ask would just be, could you share some of this, like I was just trying to look you up on social media, share some of your social media handles, or even if it's your website, that we can actually share with, as you heard Wilson has said, Kenya Red Cross Works has presence in all the 47 counties. So as part of advocacy during the 16 days of activism, we can actually encourage some of the beneficiaries to make use of your platforms. And also at this time and area where technologically facilitated GBV is the order of the day, and especially doxing, publishing of, personal information, and people using it to shame you on social media and all that. So as, I don't know if Alberta is online as well, so to just help answer this. So after people report this type of abuse that they are going through, especially online, yeah? So what kind of support is available for them? Do we have any sort of maybe psychosocial support that is given to these people, or even legal counsel that is given to them? Because these are some of the things that we let them slide and they become the norm and order of the day. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Edna, and then Alberta.
Thank you. So our page is at SkyGirlsKE across all platforms. So at SkyGirlsKE on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. And I also just want to mention that we have a TV drama called Pa that's currently on YouTube. And this season touches on the topic of grooming, from an elder uncle trying to take advantage of his niece. So if you have a teen girl in your life, it's a great thing. It's a great conversation starter. I highly recommend that you check it out. So at SkyGirlsKE, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Thank you.
Wow, perfect.
If I may add, so hi everyone, my name is Svetlana. I work with Edna. So I'm a country director for the Sky Girls initiative. And to make sure that you guys know us, because I think it's very important, we work with adolescent girls, and we are one of the largest programs here in Kenya. So, when we have such conversations and we engage with stakeholders and partners, what we realize when people are engaging or talking about adolescent girls, not only with regards to GBV, but also other issues, they're rarely in the room. They're not at the table. Their voices are not heard. So the organization like Sky Girls actually filling in that gap, because all we do is talk to them and co-create with them. Everything that we do, from magazines to TV shows to events, is heavily co-created and guided by teen girl audience, right? So Edna mentioned Pa Born to Fly, or season 4. It's currently on Citizen TV on Saturdays, but it's also on YouTube at SkyGirlsKE. I think conversations like these are super important, especially when the issues around grooming, pedophilia is so prevalent in Kenya, and Beatrice said it's normalized, and it should be normalized, right? So as we have high-level conversations, I think really encouraging conversations at home will make the difference, right? When every single person feel like they can move the needle, they have things to do and to say in empowering women, girls, in providing safe spaces, because sometimes these girls are not really heard, and sometimes they feel, because we talk to them all the time, sometimes they feel like, if I open up, no one's gonna believe me. Right? They feel shame, and the shame has to be transferred from a victim to a predator, right? To the perpetrator. So that's what Sky Girls actually does: empower girls, give them language, give them confidence to speak up. We conduct a lot of different activities where girls can rehearse and role play, how they would talk, how they would open up, how will they articulate the issue, and Sky Girls is a multi-issue initiative. It's not only based on resisting sexual pressure, but all the other issues. Please look it up or come and talk to us. Edna, myself, and Bree are from Sky Girls, so we would be happy to speak with you and to support you when it comes to communicating and effectively communicating to teen girls. Thank you.
Wow. Yes? The last one, please.
Good morning, everyone. This is Daphne Mwango. I work with GVRC of the Nairobi Women's Hospital. I wanted to address the last part of the question. At GVRC, we provide free psychosocial and medical treatments to all survivors of GBV. We also facilitate access to justice, and we also, Alberta spoke about the development of HODI app that pulls all service providers in a central place for the rightful consumer. So anybody who is interested in seeing how it operates, kindly get in touch with me. And also lastly, we strengthen with, of course, support from Embassy of Denmark. We have been working with 16 shelters in 13 counties. So we strengthen our functionality or making sure that these shelters then they are operational and can take in survivors and offer all comprehensive services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of the first session. My name is Wilson Owino Pudo, coming to you live from Kenya Red Cross and Switch TV here at the Boma Hotel. Karibuni sana. Thank you so much. At this point, I think we'll want to thank our panelists. Please, we can give a round of applause to our very own panelists from GEC, as well as Sky Girls and also GBVRC. Please, makofi kwao tafadhali. Thank you so much. Just to bring to your attention that this is live, and therefore I'll request that our panelists can take back our seats, even as we take a break of an energizer. I believe that after this, we'll be able to have our Mentimeter on, and then we'll be able to at least address some of the key issues that had actually been brought to us. Now, without further ado, I believe that we have our second team of panelists, and even as we prepare the issues around technology, please, I'll want to probably welcome the moderator for the next session to just come in and take us through, introduce the second session for us. And please, let's give a round of applause to Jacinta from CCGD. Please, makofi kwake. I know we can do better than this. Please, Jacinta, come over. And then, Jacinta will be able to introduce for us our next moderator as per the program. Please feel free. Yeah. So, karibu sana. Makofi, please.
Thank you very much, Wilson. So our next panel discussion will be centered around women dignity, period poverty, and mental hygiene. So I would like to welcome my panelists. And for this session, we have Ms. Irene Oiro, Gender and Inclusion Manager, Shofcon, Nairobi. A clap for Ms. Irene. And then we have Farhia Ahmed, the Programs Manager, Zamzam Foundation. And Ms. Beatrice Wamboi Githenji, the Development Manager, Fawe, Kenya. And lastly, Mercy Githara from Kenya Red Cross. So, good morning once again, everyone. For those who are within our venue and for those who are online, welcome to our panel discussion. We convene at a time when the intersection between menstrual health, gender equality, public health, and social justice are more important than ever. Across Kenya, countless girls, women continue to face barriers, economic, infrastructural, and cultural, that undermine their dignity, their education, and their rights. So for the purpose of this discussion, is to bring together the voices from civil societies who work within our communities on the ground. They're the ones who know the lived realities of these communities. So we want them to just bring to surface both the practical realities, the policy level solution needed to ensure menstrual hygiene and dignity for all. So before we start, I would like them to introduce themselves, tell us what they do and what the organizations represent, and then now we can dive into our discussion. I'll start with you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. That's better. My name is Beatrice Wamboi Githinji. I work with FAWE. FAWE is Forum for African Women Educationalists, Kenyan chapter. And in FAWE, we champion girls' education, ensuring that they're able to access, are retained in school, transition, excel, and thrive in their education. We also influence policies, advocate for these policies, to ensure that girls are able to access education. And as well, we also support these girls through mentorship. There's lots of mentorship in the schools that we work with, and offering scholarships. We've also developed GRP. GRP is gender responsive pedagogy that is used in schools to ensure that there is a safe school environment and there is lots of inclusivity. We also integrate menstrual hygiene and reproductive health in the school program. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Farhia Ahmed. I'm the Programs Director for Zamzam Foundation. Zamzam Foundation, we are located at Ring Road, Kilimani, Zarafa Towers, 13th floor. We work in the humanitarian world, in all aspects of humanitarian work, education, livelihood, protection. But today here we are here to talk about protection and protecting the girl child and the women in our society, who actually face a lot of challenges, be it one of the things that brings about gender-based violence is also poverty, is among them, the topic we're going to talk about today. So basically we do advocacy. We also have a safe house, whereby we also have people also who give psychosocial counseling to these women. We also have a working relationship with the police in safeguarding their safety. We also work with local hospitals in the areas Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Turkana, Tana River, Marsabit, Machakos, and all those areas. I'll talk about more on the topic when my time comes. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Irene Oiro. I work for Shofco. I'm the Nairobi Regional Lead. I support Nairobi region. Nairobi is inclusive of Nairobi, some parts of Kajiado, and Kiambu County. When I talk of Kiambu and Kajiado, we talk of its environs, kwa sababu ndio mwaka ambayo tumeingia in those two counties. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for the opportunity from Switch Media and of course Red Cross. I don't take it for granted. Shofco is of course grassroots organization. Sisi tuko mashinani. And that's why you find most of our activities in the slum areas. And of course, I know over the years we've now moved away from urban kidogo, and we are now in the rural setup also. So I'm here courtesy of the Gender Inclusion Program, and I'm glad to be, of course, picking up on this discussion. Gender Inclusion as a program is a program that basically supports survivors. We receive survivors from partners. Partners present here, I know we've worked in one way or the other. We also run safe shelters. We run safe shelters in Nairobi, Kilifi, Homa Bay, and Bungoma. So in case you've got any client around Nairobi, mnatuona kando. We also thriving in creation. We do a lot of awareness creation in the community. We do door-to-door campaigns. We do community campaigns in the community. We thrive a lot also in partnerships because we believe that we can't work as a silo. We can't work like it's sisi kama shofko, but we really thrive so much in with partnership. I've seen Jiri here. This is my friend, and of course, one of the major partner that I refer most cases. Hadi ananiambia Irene, sasa hii imetosha sasa, but she's very supportive, and of course, other partners here present. So that's exactly what gender inclusion as a program does. In Shofko. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Mercy Gidara. I work for Kenya Red Cross as the mental health and psychosocial manager. I don't know if we've talked a lot about Kenya Red Cross and the work that we do, but mainly Kenya Red Cross is a humanitarian organization working in all the 47 counties. It is a volunteer-based organization with over 320,000 volunteers working in all parts of the country, and mainly in the programming that we are talking about today about gender-based violence, inclusion, as well as mental health and psychosocial support. We do integration of mental health and psychosocial support for survivors of gender-based violence through providing immediate psychological first aid in instances of gender-based violence. We also do a lot of awareness and advocacy for GBV survivors, as well as safe referral for survivors into support, be it safe spaces, shelters, as well as legal support. And we look forward to a discussion as we move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to start us off, Ms. Irene, umesema nyinyi ndio watu mko mashinani.
Yes, of course.
So what community-driven initiatives have successfully helped girls manage menstruation with dignity in the informal settlements? And perhaps as you answer that, share the biggest lesson learned to those interventions and maybe how they can be sustained or upskilled.
So thank you so much for the question. Just also to repeat, my name is Irene Oiro, of course working for Shofko. There's so many initiatives at the community. Just to begin with, Shofko as a gender inclusion as a program, we are running a school program that is called The Rock, that is the Right of Children Clubs in Schools. And this is one of the initiatives where we meet children in schools from the ages of 9 to 17. And also in the community, in schools, and also in safe spaces. So this is a platform where we go, assemble, we teach girls. Of course, we have a manual. But during that time, we also, in the manual, we've factored in menstruation and hygiene. And when we talk about menstruation, I know basically also from the African setup, people usually think of just pads, menstruation, and that's it. There is a lot. There's the mental health. What happens if that child doesn't have sanitary towels? There's the mental health. Then there is the hygiene. What do we teach, away from the young children, but even us, it's shocking that even while working in the communities, even the partners will tell you, there's a woman who misses sanitary towels. There's a woman you'd ask, do you know a tampon? And she's like, what is a tampon? You know, yes, it happens because tuko pale mashinani. So there are many initiatives, and of course, just as mentioned, we also work with partners. In these rock sessions, we usually provide sanitary towels to the girls, because in Nairobi we work with more than 100 schools. So 100 schools basically tells you that it is more than 5,000 girls, which of course from our end is not really sustainable. So we strive more in partnership with other like-minded partners, and of course those partners that really factor in issues mental health and of course menstrual hygiene. So we usually partner a lot with the organizations like TeenSeed, Of course, they've got a project that really supports in terms of providing education to the girls in the community, away also from just providing sanitary towels. We also work close with Binti Foundation in Kibera. Sometimes when our pad drive imeenda chini kidogo, of course now we go to them. So there's so many initiatives in the community. There's the Synergy project, ile yenye inapeana fresh life toilet at the community. That is really a safe space for girls, because remember us growing kwa mtaa. Our homes, the 10 by 10, baba, mama, your brothers are there. You don't even know where to change your sanitary towels. But there are those safe spaces at the community. Also, at Shofco, we usually offer water and sanitation to schools. We offer water to various schools, because in as much as we talk of menstruation, we have to talk of hygiene. What happens about hygiene? How able are these schools, and especially either government or up-based schools, are they able to provide the hygiene that is required, away from just providing the sanitary towels? So we provide water, we provide sanitary towels to the girls, and also we're doing education. Because menstruation goes beyond just providing the items. It goes even beyond. Girls miss schools. Women will tell you that mtu akipata crumbs aendi soko. How conversant are they? What kind of education are we giving also to the community to what wajue, away from the young girls, of course even the boys. Sometimes we even use the boys. In kwangu, I have boys, and wanajua even to change pads. They are the ones who teach the young ones how to even change pads. One day my cousin came with a tampon, and she was showing my mom. Mom, as she was telling mom, Shosh, do you know this? And my mom was like, in the world today, you know, some people don't even know the tampons. So there's so many initiatives, of course, that we have that different partners have in the community. There's also the Inua Dada Foundation that really supports also with pad drive, education. They've got different programs at the community level. On the second question was?
It was on the lesson. One of the biggest lessons you've learned through your initiative, and which ones do you think, how do you think it can be upscaled or sustained?
There are several lessons that I've learned. One of the biggest things that I think I will encourage, and of course encourage partners, is that most people lack education, because just as I've mentioned, people think menstrual hygiene is just kwenda periods na inaishia hapo. There are different platforms that we could use. Young people could use even the TikTok platforms. Because most of the time, hata kama haujaenda awareness session that maybe Shofco Imita or any other partner, most of people wanakuanga kwa simu zao and they are busy scrolling. So for me, I think that is a lesson that even partners could take home. The different platforms that we have, let's say the Facebook platforms, the TikTok platforms, the Instagram platforms that we could use to educate, educate the community. But the biggest platform that nimekuja kurealize is TikTok. All of us here, tunakuanga TikTok. Hata kama saa hizo tuko lunch break at our workplaces, there is that TikTok. So huwa tuna scroll. There are those skits that tunaweza make. Then also other initiatives that we can also, the other things and other messaging that we can also use is that we can use our young people to be the champions of especially what they want in school. I want to give an example, and I think I will also challenge partners. The other day we received a case of sexual, and it was so amazing that 10, 12, the ages of 12 to 13 years, decided to go kwa home ya huyo perpetrator. You can imagine such kind of scenarios. 12, 13, 14, wame decide, si wewe ndio ulidefile beshte yetu shule, we are coming for you. So they all went, they screamed, they vandalized, you know. So those are some of the initiatives that we can mentor our people. That what do you want? We want good initiatives on menstrual hygiene and all that in our schools. So we mentor our young people in the best ways that they can really articulate exactly what they want. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irene. And as we said, we are all from Kenya Red Cross, Zamzam Foundation, and FAWE. We work within the grassroots levels. So maybe this, I will just also leave an open avenue. Would any one of you want to build up on the lessons learned? Because as we know, we all work in an environment where we build on each other's lessons. So open to the panel.
Audible? Yes. Okay. So for us, okay. For us, one of our greatest lessons that we've learned is that the young girls have the solutions with them, that we do not have to re-innovate, we do not have to go and create new platforms. They already have things that are working for them. And so the biggest lesson and what we can do is to be with them, hear them, and see how we can work with the solutions that they already have to elevate them to the next level that we hope for. What do I mean by this as I talk about it? The example given by my sister here on how they even know who are the perpetrators, they know some of the ways that are being used, and they also know some of the solutions. For example, when we talk about period poverty, is that they know who doesn't have and how they can even contribute among themselves to support the person who doesn't have. I was in a forum where there was pads distribution, and you can see even boys are picking for their mothers. It's not just now the girls. So this information is also within the societies, within the communities. So it's just for us to involve them in our designing and planning of programming. Then they will see. Then there are also local solutions. For example, initiatives such as how they can generate pads, how they can easily dispose them off. This is some of the things that communities are already working on, and they want to improve. They just need our support coming in to pivot them, and they will be elevated. Yeah.
For us, the Zamzam Foundation, some of the lessons we learned is when you go to these places down in the villages, actually in the Asile counties, most of these women, most of these communities, like my sister here said, they have the solutions within them. So if we sit down and also not just distribute pads and just bring pads to them, but discuss with them other solutions like washable pads, reusable pads, and they have the machines and they have the technical, some even know the technical know-how, how to do it, but we need to empower them and give them some of these materials to do it there at their homes, because I think it's a cheaper solution, and we're also empowering the community and also creating jobs for this community.
Thank you. In FAWE, while working with the communities down there, we are trying to address the stigma and the social norms and the discrimination. We need to normalize menstruation. We need to work very closely with the men, with the boys who are brothers of these girls. And we need to ensure that during the community sensitization, we have the religious leaders as well, so that the discussions can even go in our churches, in our mosques, and ensure that we also have the media. I love now that we are here, so that we normalize menstruation and ensure that we reach each girl. And we always say one girl at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from all of you, I think the one thing we're getting is that the girls have their own solutions. So before we tailor-make them within our offices, within our programs, we have to involve them, something that was highlighted even in our first panel by Sky Girls. So my next question will be directed to Farhia Ahmed from Zamzam Foundation. How does period poverty intersect with vulnerability in underscored communities, and what practical solutions have proven effective?
Question. Period poverty is not just lack of pads. It's about empowering dignity and also recognition within the society. So, in poor and underserved communities, the menstrual products become a luxury because these people are already poor. They're looking at shelter, food, and schooling, and their clothing. So, and you'll see that through education, girls will miss school because when they have their menstruations, livelihood, women also miss market days, and also that's the social source of their livelihood. You'll find out that when it comes to protections, some girls exchange sex for pads. So, and it's the risk of STIs and unwanted pregnancies will come involved. Mental health and dignity, low self-esteem because of stigma within the society. So practical solutions, access to products, the sanitary pads, free or self-supplied pads in the schools, health facilities, community centers, and also we are looking at, also when we talk about, we do local production, affordable pads. Create, like I said, creating jobs for these communities, it also creates jobs for them. Also, when you look at, also it will give them sense of dignity and sense of ownership. So we also create safe private toilets with water and soap, so that also, and disposable bins in them, so that they can feel and comfortable when doing their change in pads. So in general, for boys and girls, we also need to educate the boy child in this, and not only the girl child, and normalize periods. We don't make it a stigma. We teach everyone, the mother, the father, the boy child, the girl child on this, and it just becomes like a normal health thing than calling it, making it stigma to other people. So also in emergency responses, let's have a dignity kit, inclusive in it, when you're distributing this to the community. And also, for the girls with disability also, we make sure that they have also their own toiletries, and the way they can also use, we make these toiletries and build for them in a way that it will be comfortable for them to use. Counties also, to government also to reduce tax on this in menstruation pads. I will also say this. Recently there was this video which was going around, and it was, when I say educate, not only the religious leaders, the mothers, the fathers, I mean that you'll find that some of these girls, they go to madrasas in this society. There was this video that this sheikh, he's seated, and then the girl comes in, and then he puts her between his legs, and then he's kissing and hugging her. She's around 8-9 years old. He's trying to push him away. She knows that this is not the right thing. Then apparently there was a CCTV camera within that captured that. So these children, we need to educate them as much as at a younger age. The girl understood this is wrong. She started trying to pull away. But if we continue giving them that kind of education, that you can go to madrasa, yes, but this is not appropriate. You can go to the church, but this is not appropriate. This kind of contact is not appropriate. I think that is it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I like that you've brought the issue of disability inclusion. It is important that as we move forward, no one is left behind. And also the issue of bringing menstrual health in emergency settings. That is a gender issue that is more often forgotten. You've talked about normalizing periods and normalizing menstrual health. When you were growing up, I'm sure if you have gone to a shop to buy pads, it's always wrapped in newspaper. It's like we don't want the world to know what is happening over there. So within our work, this is to the panel, how have you been able to dismantle this period shame and also look into ways of engaging men and boys within this avenue of period poverty and menstrual health?
Zamzam Foundation, what we do is we actually, because of affordability, and we're talking about over poverty, we actually campaign more on reusable pads. During this time, we also include the boy child in tailoring. We teach them how to tailor the pad itself. They know what is this for. It's there for your sister, for their cousin, for their, you know. So they know that this is what it's used for. So tomorrow if he sees her using it or changing it or washing it, it starts from the ground. It starts from the home. So that means that he will not shame another girl. Also, we make sure that sometimes we make this, through advocacy, we make these plays whereby there's a shopkeeper, there is a boy, then we tell her, go buy pads for your sister. So also that's a way of showing them that periods, it's a normal thing. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's something which is part of a woman's health.
Thank you. In Fawe, we have Tuseme clubs. Tuseme, it's a Kiswahili word meaning speak out. Now, in these clubs, we have male patrons. And these male patrons, some of them are champions of menstrual health. Now, you can imagine a male teacher demonstrating how to use a pad to the students. You can imagine a male teacher who is a custodian of the sanitary towels. If a girl needs, the girl is comfortable, and the students know that they can comfortably go to this male teacher. At community level, we have youths who are male, who are also champions. During the community meeting, sensitization, they demonstrate, and they are proud to be associated with menstruation. So we involve and engage them fully, such that they are setting a good example at community level, even at home. Do we have male parents, brothers, fathers here who can buy sanitary towels for their daughters, for their wives, for their sisters, comfortably? Even in supermarket, you have your trolley and you're buying these products for your loved ones. So we are engaging the male teachers, we are engaging the youth, the boys, and even in school, in these clubs, you also have these boys who are club members. During the distribution, when you are distributing these sanitary towels, they pick for their sisters and their loved ones. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, for us, I think also we have the initiative. It's called the Men Mentorship Program. The Men Mentorship Program is all inclusive. You know, whenever you go to where wanaume wanaongeleshwa, it's always men's talk, and they usually tell you it's men talk. So we train men, of course, who also become our gender champions, who also support us in the rock sessions in schools. So during the rock sessions also one of the things that, and one of the lessons I've learned is that we talk of, yes, girls. Of course, yes, the numbers speak a lot about it. But there is that bit that tukienda class, unapata saa zingine boys are very many. And wanaanza kujoke wakisema, leo si siku ya kuonyeshana kuchange pad. So they know that in as much as we are teaching about all of these things, but there is that bit of the respect wamepeana kwa the menstrual hygiene menstrual hygiene topic. So the men mentorship program actually is a platform where we train the men, not just wale wakubwa sana, but those ones in primary schools, of course, from the ages of 9. They know, they're the ones nowadays even who teach the girls on the menstrual cycle. They even know the different pads. Wanajua soft care, cortex. They will tell you often, and you're like, we alijua Picotex, you know. So when we give those platforms also to the boy child, hao ndio wanakuwa ambassadors to the community. When they grow up, of course, maybe one day they will be occupying these spaces of ours, wanajua that this is how we need to treat our girls. This is how the best way that we need to treat our women. Yeah.
Asked about the normalization of the pads. During the distribution of sanitary kits, we do not only give to the girls, but there are also kits to the boys. These are dignity kits that are given to both boys and girls. Hence, there is also the issue of equalization and equity. And also, these dignity kits are not given in hiding, like you said, they are folded in newspapers. And that's what has brought about the awareness of even the boys knowing that this is it, they can tell what it is. And also in our school clubs, these are conversations that are held for both the boys and the girls. So this has actually normalized the conversations that now they're not, I remember in our days, it would be the girls going to a certain room, and when we are coming out with those goodies, we are hiding them all over. But now there are open conversations that are being held, and then advocating for the same conversations beyond the school, to the homes, to the, religious places, so that now we normalize those conversations.
My next question will be directed to Ms. Beatrice from FAWE. What policy shifts are needed to ensure menstrual hygiene products and services are accessible, affordable, and equitable for all girls and women?
Thank you for the question. As a country, our beautiful country, we have commitment. We all know of the menstrual hygiene management policy, do we? We only need to strengthen and ensure that it's fully implemented. We have these good policies, but they are kept somewhere. We don't need to reinvent. We just need to ensure that it's fully implemented, have clear budgets, both at national government and county government. We also need to ensure that there is provision of these sanitary towels in schools and in public places. And this should not be seen as a one-off donation. It's a basic right. It's a basic right. The government should ensure that the sanitary towels, the menstrual products are affordable. Which is the cheapest or the most affordable, can I say, brand of the sanitary towels? Do our vulnerable girls, are they in a position to afford? Just because of the taxes, we know. We also know of the duties, import duties for the raw materials. So the government should ensure that there is revision of these taxes. I mean, they should be zero rated to ensure that they are affordable to each and everyone. We also need to ensure that we embed menstrual health hygiene education in our schools, in our teacher training curriculum, so that these girls and also boys are able to receive information, the right information. And it's not about just having the menstrual products. Our schools, environment, able to accommodate these girls. Do we adhere to the ratio of the sanitation for the toilets? In our days, in our days, we used to share toilets, both boys and girls. Am I right? And the schools that were a bit better off, there was a separation wall. Right. So when I'm changing my pad, the other boys on the other side are giggling. You could hear wanacheka. And they would wait to see who will come out of that washroom. So we need to ensure that there is provision of these facilities, enough toilets, washrooms. We also need to have water. I mean, how can you change your pad and there is no enough water or clean water for that matter? Again, to ensure that there is privacy. So that as you use these products, you're using them with respect and dignity that comes with it. I had earlier mentioned of the stigma. We need to address the stigma. Let us normalize menstruation. My sister here talked of inclusivity. In our schools, are the washrooms accessible to those with disability? Are they able to go and change those pads? Even the products, the menstrual products, do the companies that make have them in mind as they produce these sanitary products? So there is a lot that we need to do to ensure that our girls and women are safe and they are able to access these products. We only need to be very bold and have coordinated shift to protect the women and their dignity and end period poverty. Thank you.
As civil societies, we all know we don't work in isolation. We work in support to the government, and I like that you have brought in the points in which the government can come in and try and ensure that there is access and dignity for both women and girls when it comes to periods and menstrual health. So my next question goes to Kenya Red Cross. How can mentorship and leadership program empower young girls to address period poverty as a justice and equity issue?
Thank you. Mentorship and leadership is key in ensuring that the women and girls are, and we provide dignity. And this is not only a one-off issue, it has so many contributing factors to it. We heard from Zamzam Foundation some of the consequences of us not doing this one milestone, school dropout, issues of even women not being able to carry out daily activities. And so creating the right environment through mentorship and leadership will not only even enhance the well-being of the women and girls, but also grow socio-economically as a country. We've heard about policy level where we need to think about the vulnerable communities who cannot afford the basic commodities. And so through mentorship, there would be an aspect of innovation, and already there is a lot that is happening in that space in terms of sustainable solutions and innovations that support girls and women with products that, for example, the washable sanitary towels. Communities have also innovated even means of disposal of sanitary towels, sanitary products and so forth. But it has to start from somewhere, and this conversation here, already we are somewhere, and I know we've done a lot with all the partners involved in enhancing these conversations. But more so is how we, and somebody also mentioned about even from the very early age, how we start the conversation of even on the stigma and ensuring that we are somewhere. So we create safe spaces for girls to be able to speak about the issues that they go through during these periods of poverty, so that for places where solutions are already not there, then they can be there can be that conversation on that. It's from those conversations that we have the bold ones. We had about champions who are already speaking in these spaces about openly speaking about this conversation, be it in the mainstream media or in social media, which is very powerful in this day and in this day. Somebody said all of us are on TikTok. I'm not sure all of us, but these are places where these conversations begin. And when we have influencers, when we have people speaking about this, then the conversation grows beyond that. And then we also have to invest heavily on supporting financially, and this is leadership, where we know there are areas in this country, and it's so sad to speak about this, where honestly a woman has to sit on some clothes for so many days. Women have to dig up holes and then force themselves in that kind of situation for 3-4 days. Very inhumane situations that we are talking about. So we really have to invest financially on supporting those who are not able to have these products as well as the services, because it's not just the products, but the continuity of the services for the time, for example, the school programs that we have already in terms of distribution. And it is a continuous conversation that we continue to have, not only during the 16 days of activism. We talk about the consequences, for example, the mental health effects of stigma to people who have been shamed, the issue of girls who have to sell themselves for sex to buy products. Then we have these conversations, and this builds up to the policy level that my colleague has spoken about, where then we can have change. And I would also say that we are somewhere there, but still there is more that needs to be done. Thank you
very much. We're just coming to an almost close to our panel discussion, so I would like to move the mic back to the floor for 1 or 2 reflections before we come to a close to our panel.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Sinet from Collaborative Center for Gender and Development, and I'll just take this opportunity to congratulate the panel for dissecting the issue around period poverty and menstrual hygiene. I do have several questions that just emerged from this conversation. And the first one is period poverty, as you've all mentioned, comes from the lack of economic empowerment for women. So for the organization seated here, how are we intersecting economic empowerment towards reducing the burden of affording sanitary products? And then my second question is, I'm so glad to hear that there are policies that are currently in place in addressing menstrual hygiene, and the gap that is there is just in terms of implementation. And you mentioned about affordability of menstrual products, but my question here is, how do we ensure that, yes, while these products are affordable, but they still have quality in them? Recently, we have been seeing cases where, yes, these products are affordable, but they further go ahead and damage the menstrual hygiene of these young girls. So I'll not even for me as a young woman, it further damages our health. So what are these organizations seated here doing in terms of holding these companies accountable, that these products not only are they affordable, but also we get quality products to support our menstrual hygiene. And then lastly is just centered around, again, policies. And you've mentioned that period poverty, or rather menstrual hygiene, does not only mean when we are in the menstrual cycle, but also the entire reproductive system of young women. So my question here is, in terms of policies, what are we borrowing from other countries in terms of what they are doing to address period poverty and menstrual hygiene? For example, recently in Italy, they just launched a policy, or rather a law that enables young women to have menstrual leave days from work. So also what are some international strategies that we can be able to adopt here in Kenya to support young women? Thank you.
Jambo. From all the talks and the civil society organizations and how we have polished the sanitary towels, the reusable ones, being a woman from where Zamzam has mentioned, the ethnic minority and marginalized community, those who cannot even get water to drink or cook, whereby we dig holes and sit on it for 7 days or 5 until you finish your menstrual period, where we cannot even access a labor ward, and during your pregnancy and child labor, you have to walk for miles even to get a place to give birth or any hospital. In Kenya, strange enough, and when we are discussing this in Nairobi, who is talking for these people? Who is there for our mothers, our sisters, the pastoralists who move from one place to the other place in search of greener pastures for the camels, cattle, and goats, forgetting about their hygiene? In Nairobi, I stay in Eastleigh, we are talking about reusable that is now in the market. While even using the regular ones, you know, disposing it is a problem. People in high buildings are flying it away into the streets. And I think you've also walked in the streets in these estates, and a flying a sanitary towel just lands on your head. So when it comes to the hygiene part, we are not doing so much as an organization. I think we should look into that. When we go to our schools, the primary ones, now that we have lack of water, everywhere in Nairobi we are buying water. So if I give us a reusable sanitary towel, I'll not be helping that child. Neither even the regular ones, which we are also seeing adverts. And people are going against it, saying it is bringing, you know, infections. There is regular UTI. We are treating STI in Eastleigh in this generation. So we still have a long way to go, but it is also good to say you've done so much, and I congratulate you on that, but let's speak it from that woman who is under the tree with no one giving the sanitary towel.
Thank you so much, and good morning. Mine will be straightforward. How do we, because we've spoken much about surface level interventions around period poverty, but then now the question around how we dismantle deep-rooted cultural taboos around menstruation within families, schools, and even religious spaces, because once we are able to address this, what we are seeing up here just results. But then how do we deep, get our hands dirty, and really dismantle myths and taboos around this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see we have quite a lot from our session. However, due to time, I think what we can do is we can write those questions and they can be forwarded. And once the report is out, I'm sure the panel will have answered the questions. Mostly we have seen they run from quality assurance to accessibility linked to women economic empowerment to places where we lack infrastructure and amenities. So allow me, due to time, to close our session. I would like to thank our panelists for their expertise and even giving us their time to come and discuss this very important issue. As you've heard even from the floor, there's so much surrounding period poverty and menstrual hygiene. And, but also when we talk about this, change is possible and solutions lie within our communities. For us to achieve dignity and make it a priority, we have to openly talk about it and openly find solutions that work for us. So from that, my name is Jacinta Kamau once again. I was the moderator for this session. I work for the Collaborative Center for Gender and Development. We are an organization that focuses on gender equality, and we advocate for policies, work around women economic empowerment, and also childcare facilities, because we understand for the women to participate and young girls to participate within our economies and even to access markets, we have to offer the care economy an opportunity. So we have several childcare facilities within our markets, one here in Nairobi County at the City Park, another one in Ngong, and another one in Busia. But that is just one of the highlights in which we support the care economy and women economic empowerment, and we advocate for policies ranging from SRHR policies to gender policies and many more. We hope to collaborate and partner with all of you, not just CCGD, but I'm sure all the organizations represented here. So thank you very much. I will welcome Wilson back to take over the session from us. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second panel. One, two, okay. Yes, so thank you very much, Jacinta and your team. That was a marvelous work done. Please, we can just give them a round of applause, kindly. You know, at one point I wanted to interject and also talk about WASH, but then I saw one of my colleagues in here mention something around availability of WASH facilities. Now, colleagues, because of time, we want to have a 3-minute commercial break, after which we'll now bring in the third session. But again, we want to remind you that we are live on all the platforms through Switch Media. So trust you me, this particular session is likely to have a wider reach than expected. So as the studio switches over to our commercial break, I want to recognize a few partners who've managed to join us. I want to recognize the founder and CEO, Usikimye, Njeri Migwi, sorry. If she's in, she can just raise her hand up. Yes, wow, Njeri, good to see you. I think we've met in some platforms, maybe. I think, or I've seen you somewhere. So thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. And then we also want to also recognize representation from the National Federation of PBOs, formerly NGO Council of Kenya. We have Dr. Ambassador Grace Mwendo. Thank you so much. And we also have her colleague, Dr. Is it Electin or? Yes, karibuni sana. So our commercial break will be a simple one. it is not live, this one, but we need to engage in an activity because we've really sat in for quite a long time. We'll have a 3-minute video or a snapshot of what efforts we actually making as Kenya Red Cross, but also, while we'll be doing that, we'll also take our first mentee because that was actually what has actually brought us here based on the theme of this year's 16 days of activism. So I'll request the studio, please, to project that.
Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria mume wangu ananikata na kisu.
No, answer the first section, the first question, sorry. And are we good? Perfect, perfect. So there's some echo or? So we'll request that if you have your phone, I know we have a phone, we could just quickly scan that QR code. And in this QR code, it will take you straight to the mentee. And in the mentee, we have a question on what practical steps can the communities and digital platforms jointly take to strengthen early detection, prevention, and reporting of online exploitation of women, girls, and children. Please, by just raising of your hand, you can just tell us if you've been able to get in to this mentee. And feel free, this is our safe space. This is where we'll be able to network. Thank you very much, Usikimye, for joining us. Tumeshukuru sana. How many have been able to join in? Are we good? Are we good, Zamzam? Not yet, huh? Okay. Far away. So in the meantime, the next panel, please be on standby. I'll be introducing you shortly. The next panel is an interesting panel, and we'll be discussing matters intersectionality. I like the high level that we had started with. We spoke about digital forms of violence and then moved to menstrual health. And within the discussions, I had a conversation around inclusion. So inclusion for, at Kenya Red Cross is actually my baby. I really treasure it, and I welcome all of us to be able to collaborate in this. So studio, are we good? Are we started getting feedbacks or answers? Perfect. Are we able to project? Perfect. Excellent. Yes. Beautiful. Yeah. Participate in program design. Yes. Perfect. At least we have 2 out of 4. Can just move them. And we are going to have more of this as either a break or an icebreaker. So we are likely to have more of this, especially when we'll be closing. So this commercial break was for us to test this. And it's good that we are really seeing very useful points. Yeah. Studio, does it mean that we only have 4 who've been able to join? Only 4? Wow, okay. So, how many of the 4 within the congregation have been able to get in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. I know some are also coming in. All right. So thank you very much. I think because of time, we actually request that you continue with just drafting anything in. Yes, now we have 12. Yes, thank you very much. Please keep these questions. Keep these answers. We'll be able to review them when we'll be closing. But it's good to see that first point. To me, it's really very, very important. Co-creation, that is, yeah. All right. Wow, perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes. Reporting channels, accountability, protection of whistleblowers against retaliation, digital platforms should be simplified. Perfect. Parents and guardians to monitor what the children access. Yeah, that explains, Beatrice, why we need to bring on board the Communications Authority of Kenya into the technical working group. Yes. Childline will be speaking and they'll also be sharing with us what we are doing. Yeah. So thank you very much. Let them come through at this point. Allow me to close this short commercial break. I will request our technician Hamdi to also take note of the next questions. Kindly take note of this because we'll be able to review them. And at the end of the day, this will be our take-home report back to our donors. Sinikweli, this is what we are going to use to actually jointly resource mobilize. Sawa sawa. So thank you very much, colleagues. Over to our next panel. This panel is an interesting panel. Thank you so much, studio. This is one of the very, very interesting panels. Allow me to welcome from Kenya Red Cross, Charlene Nasimiu. Please, as Charlene walks in, please give her a hearty clap, please, until she sits down. We can do better than that, colleagues. We can do better than that. Charlene, karibu sana. Charlene will be joined by the following panelists. We have our colleague from IRC. I think I'll give an opportunity to officially introduce herself. I love how passionate she is. Rebecca Mbuti, makofi kwake, please. Please, makofi, we need that energy. Actually, this is one of the most powerful panels so far that we just realized that we set. So thank you so much, Rebecca from IRC. And then we have our very own Zaina Kombo. Makofi kwa Zaina. Zaina is from Amnesty International. Makofi, please. Makofi, we can do better than that. Perfect. And then we have a representation from the NGO Council of Kenya, formerly. Now I'm told it's referred to as the NGO Federation of PBOs, or unless I forgot. But then here we have Dr. Ambassador Mwendo. If she can please come in. Makofi kwake, please. Thank you so much, Makofi. Daktari will have an opportunity to officially introduce yourself and tell us about what you do. So thank you very much. I hope studio we are good. All microphones are on check. We are good? Perfect. Do you have a microphone? Perfect. You? Okay, you can have this one.
Is it still morning? It's just 1 minute to afternoon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I know we have sat for quite a bit, so maybe I will just give you like 1 minute to just stand and stretch. Just stand and stretch so that we sit in for another like 40 minutes for this session. Yes, everyone is good now? All right, you can have your seats. So my name is Charlene Nasimiu. I'm the Safeguarding Coordinator, Kenya Red Cross, and I'm honored to be moderating this session today. And since the beginning of the sessions, we've been talking about gender-based violence, we've talked about menstrual hygiene, and even at some point, I believe in the first session, there were some interventions that we have for gender-based violence survivors. But we say that we cannot say GBV interventions are effective if they are not inclusive, and also if they do not take into consideration the various dynamics, or rather the compounded vulnerabilities that the survivors face. So today we will just be looking at, for this session, we'll be talking about inclusion and intersectionality and protection. And I'm glad to have a team from the IRC, NEFAC, and also from Amnesty. You're most welcome. And we'll be looking at some of this. When you're talking about intersectionality, we are looking at how things like gender, things like disability, and also just being maybe a refugee. These are things that are, these are compounded vulnerabilities. As a survivor of violence, what kind of challenges do these people face? And also, what kind of support are we giving them as organizations or as partners that are here? So my first question would be on inclusive GBV prevention. And I will be addressing this to IRC. And we'll be looking at, we know that IRC works in the refugee setting. I believe you have presence in Dadaab refugee operations, as well as Kalobeye and Kakuma. So, and we just want to understand, as these women who are facing gender-based violence, and particularly women with disability, and even refugees as a whole, do we have programs or do we have interventions that is taking into account their the various vulnerabilities that they are facing, first of all as foreigners, and another dimension as women in this case, and also as persons with disability? Do we have any programs that is taking account of all these compounded vulnerabilities? And if they're there, how do this, what kind of services do these programs offer to these populations? Yeah.
Okay, it's 12 noon on the dot, so good afternoon, everyone. Before perhaps I address that question, I'd want to introduce myself. My name is Rebecca, or you can call me Becky, from the IRC. I am the Protection Technical Lead for IRC Kenya. IRC is a humanitarian global organization that supports people in crisis, displaced populations, as well as the communities to settle, as well as also rebuild their lives. We have operations, as the moderator has explained, in Turkana, Garissa County, and most recently Samburu and West Pokot. We also have operations in the urban area, and allow me to just introduce for 30 seconds in the room one of our clients that we have supported, who was invited to this session. Her name is Lul Isaac. She is a Kenyan Somali community leader who works closely with both refugees and host community members in Eastleigh, and she is highly knowledgeable on issues affecting refugees, particularly women and girls. She also runs her own CBO. So now, to the conversation at hand, in terms of, do our programs really give an inclusive lens? Yes. We run quite a diverse number of programs, to mention but a few: health, nutrition, WASH, education, protection, and all of these. The first steps of ensuring that our programs really do consider inclusion is to carry out what we call a protection risk analysis. So the protection risk analysis gives us a very clear picture of what are some of the considerations that should actually be factored in program design. And in this process, we ensure that there's equal participation and inclusion of persons with disability, more so women and girls, right from the program design. And again, carrying out an intersectional analysis, because looking at the vast and issues that women and girls in the refugee, in the humanitarian setup, issues that women and girls experience, other than their own gender, yeah, disability is again another layered intersectional aspect that is very necessary to consider. And a multi-layered aspect, another aspect is their disability status. Again, that's, you know, that compounds gender, disability, and then now we have displacement. So yes, our programs do. And part of what we do, just to mention but a few, is to ensure that there's access to services. If you know, if any of you have had the privilege to visit any of the IRC facilities and services, we run about 10 primary healthcare hospitals. They are accessible to women, to girls, to persons with disability, and in these spaces we have one-stop centers that are separately, you know, just adjacent to the health facility, and these one-stop centers are specifically for women and girls who have experienced one form of abuse or the other, and they are also inclusive. And we also run 5 women and girls safe spaces now that are outside in the communities within the refugee blocks. So yes, our programs really do consider accessibility, participation, and all the principles of protection are really integrated and mainstreamed within our programming. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Rebecca. And I think I've been able to pick out the issue of participation as well as accessibility as a standard, and also talking about the services being inclusive. I'm just curious, when they're accessing these services, let's say if it's in a health facility, I understand IRC has a facility that you're running in the refugee operations. When you're talking about the capacity of the staff, have they been capacity built to be able to address the needs of persons with disability? Let's say a deaf refugee comes to the facility and they have undergone violence. Is there a service provider who is able to attend to them and offer them the services? And also maybe the last one in regards to shelters. These are people who are already displaced, yeah? And now when they have undergone violence and they tell you, you know, the perpetrator is at hand, they can easily get to them. So what kind of services do you offer to these refugees? Yeah.
So I'm proud to say that all our frontline staff, one of the key principal trainings that our frontline staff, and this includes right from the security person at the health facility, are trained on disability inclusion, and not only disability inclusion but general inclusion. And if at all they are not able to at that moment provide service, then we really have a robust referral pathway that, you know, the community around IRC, the frontline service providers, are able to refer this client to the next level for support. Again, our health workers are trained quarterly on protection mainstreaming, part of which includes inclusion. New staff that are recruited within the organization are also trained on inclusion. This at times is virtually, and I can point it out there for us all. There's this platform that is called Kaya Connect. It's very resourceful in terms of, you know, just if you want to upskill your knowledge, that's one of the platforms that we use, including also our community health promoters are also trained on inclusion principles and perspectives.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Rebecca. We move to Amnesty International. So we're talking about intersectionality, you're talking about refugees in this setting, and more so persons with disability. These are people on the move, or rather on the run. So when you're talking about the laws that we have in Kenya and now intersectionality, how does that look like? Because when you look at some of the laws we have, they do not really address these issues in an intersectional manner, but rather it's always, they address it in silos. So how are we doing? How are we doing in terms of just ensuring that these laws are also, you know, these survivors of violence are able to receive a survivor-centered care, and also are able to be served with dignity and with the highest attainable standards of health. Yeah, in terms of, we're talking about the laws and policies that we have. So how does that look like in a police station, in a court of law? How is it unique? Could also just tell us of some of the experiences you've had, maybe of, do these cases get to court? I'm also curious to know that. This is a survivor, she's a refugee, she's a woman with disability, she has been abused, and now they want to take legal action. So how does that look like?
Thank you. My name is Zaina Kombo and I work at Amnesty International Kenya as a campaign manager on equality and anti-discrimination. So intersectionality is actually not something you can get in, explicitly in any law. It's a concept. It's an idea where we're talking about overlapping identities. Unfortunately, it's not an old concept, and therefore most of our laws do not have the concept of intersectionality embedded in them. And therefore you'll find right now that's when we are starting to have amendments to make the laws more inclusive. But I'd like to take this opportunity just to twist the conversation a bit and look at the cost of exclusion. Because oftentimes we talk about inclusion, how we need to include the PWDs and many other identity groups who've been marginalized and excluded. I made a few calculations here and I got to 13.25% of our GDP. That is what we lose per year. Let me break it down. Because of GBV, we lose 1.1% of our GDP. Why are we treating inclusion or GBV, and GBV is cross-cutting, doesn't care about your class or any identity. It affects all of us. But why are we treating it more of a social issue than a security issue? Women are most affected when it comes to GBV. Women form about 52% of Kenya's population. So we are talking about half of Kenya's population being insecure. But we are not legislating fast enough. We are not offering security. And we call ourselves a democracy. There's no democracy without security, right? as late as last year, a date like this, it's actually 1 year, exactly 1 year. Women went to streets, brutally assaulted. Our section director was arrested for what? Asking for end to femicide, end to GBV. We are so far from inclusion in this country. I do not know where to start, because when we look at our laws, look at the people who are legislating. Who are those people legislating these laws? Do they understand intersectionality themselves? Do they even try to imagine what it is like to be a refugee, to be a woman, to be a lesbian woman, maybe a Muslim, like all those identities in one person, and trying to maneuver your way, losing opportunities. So even as we talk about inclusion, intersectionality, I want to challenge us here. There's a social experiment that we did in about 8 counties last year. And we were going around and asking people to just even write down your own identities and see how many you'll come up with. For you to understand intersectionality, you have to list down your own identities. You're a Kenyan, you're a woman, you're maybe a person with a disability, you come from a minority ethnic community, you are from a minority religion, like myself, you are unemployed, you are this and that, and that's the only way. So it involves changing perceptions. We cannot talk about intersectionality when we have just so many blind spots. And those, unfortunately, those who make our laws have so many blind spots, because our leaders make comments and you wonder if they are our leaders and they are the ones we expect to make our laws intersectionally appropriate, and even leave alone enforcement, even just legislating. Because on GBV alone, I'm not sure, I can't even count the number of laws we have, because they're always, it's like ad hoc. When you talk about FGM, for instance, FGM is not the only harmful cultural practice. And I was challenging a colleague and telling them, you know what, even as we speak right now, there could be a harmful cultural practice going on somewhere in Kenya, which has no name yet. There's something called bidding, and I'm glad that now Samburu has a policy on it. Let me explain intersectionality in the context of bidding. Bidding happens mostly in Samburu, where a child between 7 to 9 years, I think I'm being generous with the years, but let me just say, yes, 7 to 9 years, gets bidded by the mother. When you're bidded, it means you are bonded to some moran who can then sleep with you aimlessly, however they feel like, and you are not allowed to get pregnant. And when you do get pregnant, they first of all, they try through crude means to terminate the pregnancy. If your child is stubborn, they wait for when you are giving birth, so they circumcise you when you're going through childbirth. And if that is not enough, you get to 12 years old, and now your father brings you this old man who is supposed to marry you right after circumcision. So for the 12 years, I'm talking about those who escaped pregnancy. So you've not been pregnant, but remember you were bidded at say 7 years. So you've been beaded, so another 6 years of a lot of sexual assault, physical assault. You get to 12, you're circumcised, and immediately after, you have this Mubaba who now is your husband. I mean, just look at that. Yet, we have a law that speaks only about FGM, but it does not capture bidding. It does not capture. So then when you look at our laws, intersectionality is somewhere there, a theory, right? In practice, we are yet to get there. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Zaina. I think that was very elaborate, and you're just trying to explain that exclusion cannot just be because of gender. It could be also because of your sexual orientation, your economic status. So yeah, it comes with all that. And I think just recently, during the beginning of the 16 days of activism, South Africa passed GBV as one of their national public health issues. So, and that was a win for them. And I'm tending to think that if we are able to really clearly document, even in terms of numbers, I know we have someone from NEFAC, M&D, she can also speak to this in regards to also numbers. How are we capturing the numbers? I know in the morning, Alberta spoke of 3,800 undergoing technologically facilitated GBV. I tend to believe the numbers are more. I don't know if everyone else agrees with that. Every single day, you go to posts like you go on BNN, you go on X, you go on Facebook, Instagram, there is someone, and mostly a woman, who is being shamed, who is being bashed. But what are we doing about it? What is the law saying about this? So we pray that we get to a time where the numbers will speak and the laws will be able also to address some of these issues. So, and then let me come to, I know we do not have a representative from the National NGO Council of Kenya. Oh, okay. Okay, karibu sana. I know it's NEFAC that we are lacking. Okay, that's fine. So we can still go ahead. So we know that civil societies are often the watchdogs when it comes to issues on human rights issues. And today being the 10th, we celebrate all the human rights defenders in the house. We are celebrating the Human Rights Day today, yeah? So thank you for the good work that you're doing. Thank you for keeping us accountable. And also the service providers as well as the states, keeping us on toes. So in terms of civil societies, so we would just want to understand when it comes to accountability and the role that they are playing, yeah? So how can the civil societies also strengthen accountability mechanisms to ensure inclusive and survivor-centered protection services are offered nationwide?
Thank you so much. Before that, I want to introduce myself. Dr. Ambassador Grace Lunge from the National Federation of PBOs, and maybe let me take a very shortest time to explain. Maybe there are others who don't understand what. National Councils of NGO, the former one, stand to PIBORA, that is Public Benefit Organization. And before that, up to last month, there have been a public participation courtesy to a law which was introduced by the president when he was deputy, and when he took over as the president, that was last year, he initiated it to become a law. That is, all the organization to come out from the national, that is the NGO Council, to be Public Benefit Organization Authority. And that was signed the law last year, and it is on. And as I'm talking here yesterday, we were launching the law after the participation. And the guest of honor was the PS for Interior, that is Raymond Omolo. So, and that PIBORA is in charge in the regulatory. We as National Federation of PBOs, we are in charge with the government and now the NGOs, the community. Right now, we have a representation of 14,000 NGOs, CBOs in the all 47 counties. So PIBORA, that the former NGO Council, it is our sister It is our sister organization, but we are closely working together. But we are more on the community, advising, directing, and also making sure implementation is done. So that is it. And my name is Sahad. I'm one of the directors there. I'm standing for our dear chairman, Stephen Cheboy. We are based Nyayo House, 16th floor. Now you can ask the question.
Yes, thank you very much for that very elaborate introduction, and I believe now people know what the NGO Council of Kenya does. So we just wanted to find out, what role is the civil societies that we are having, even the NGOs, even the grassroots organizations that we are having, how can they help strengthen accountability to just ensure that service provided to survivors of violence are inclusive, and the services that, survivor-centered services, people are getting, the survivors are getting the help that they deserve to get.
Okay, as organization, when we go to these people, the first thing, we should, wherever they give us information or we do a research, it should be something confidential, number one. We cannot do without that keeping the secret of these people. The second thing, they should be shown what we call love. So that, because when you go to the community, in fact, the others who have really suffered. Like as I'm talking now, we are, the National Federation of PBOs has partnered with the marginalized and the minority. That is I can say it is an umbrella that is spearheaded by the president himself, targeting the marginalized. And before I finish, I will say, I'll give the good news we have for the marginalized and the minorities. So when you go to these people have suffered a lot. Number one, make sure whatever information they are giving you, you don't share with the other one. Number one, because when you share the information, it can be a problem to the person who has given this. Maybe now this woman has been beaten by her husband, and she has been facing this for long. And then now when you say woman such and such has been facing this, then you as a civil society or maybe as an organization, you go to a person, you say, such and such has told me this has been happening. Also, there are also many things going within our community, things like criminality, that is people doing a lot of criminal. So the aspect as we, even the civil societies, which are on the ground keeping secret. Respect also is another aspect, because when you don't respect me, I won't welcome you and I won't give you information. So respect, and when you show these people respect, you go down to others and show, they'll give you a lot of information of what is going on there. And I want to shift and target mostly the marginalized and the minority, because you have been doing policies for that. Under the MAU is marginalized under the minority, and it is under the president. And I'm very happy to announce that last week we had a very big meeting at KICC. We validated the policies, and the representative from the government told us now, because you have validated, of which there were people from all the 47 counties who had attended that meeting to represent each county. They had brought from marginalized and minority communities who are there. So we validated it, and as from last week, it was taken to the cabinet secretaries to approve it then to the parliament. And on 18th this month, of which I won't disclose where we will be, you just watch the DD, we will be launching those policies of marginalized and minority. I'm targeting them because these are the most people who have suffered a lot from what we are talking about. We here in Nairobi, you can't compare with somebody who is interior, Garissa, inside. We had cases where people were saying they are passing a lot, girls, boys, also women are being beaten by the husband, they are lacking water, they are going so many kids, there are so many problems. But the marginalized, very soon we are starting projects to empower them, to make sure they have water, to do capacity building through the organization which are under the National Federation of PBOs, because we have been having different committees working on that to pick up from next year.
Thank you very much, and it's good to just understand that we have policies in place to just, support the kind of service that we are offering to the marginalized groups. And I'm just sometime, I think maybe 2 or 3 months ago, during my visit to one of our refugee operations, we actually realized that a person with disability, or even let me just say a refugee, they are having a very hard time being offered services, even going to report to the police station when they have faced abuse. And you find when they are going to seek these services, they are being taken by maybe a human rights defender, a CSO representative, the people who are creating awareness about gender-based violence in the communities. And maybe just, I don't know if I should direct this to Rebecca. So I don't know, you can also just let us know. I don't know, how are we strengthening the capacity of these local organizations or the CSOs that we are having, even the ones that are composed of these refugees, women with disability, or even persons with disability, to be able to know, like, these are my rights. I'm supposed to seek these services free of charge, and if this doesn't happen, how do we also support them? Amnesty would also be curious to just see, because they would go and tell you, I went to the police station, they told me to talk to Kidogo before they give me a P3 form. This is a survivor of violence, who is also now being extorted because they are a refugee. So how are we really strengthening the capacity of these organizations to be able to really assist survivors of violence?
Thank you for that. I don't know if there's an opportunity, just a minute, because I wouldn't want to speak for. I would want one of the organizations that we have supported to speak for themselves, because then we ensure that we are inclusive in this conversation. Lul, if you can speak to how IRC has supported your organization and strengthened your capacity in just 2 minutes maximum. Thank you.
IRC came in as a refugee entity into Eastleigh. That is when we were starting our community-based organization down in 2016 to 2019 there. And we had women who were doing table banking, around 80 of them. They introduced what is called the saving box. And women were saving small amounts of to 100 shillings or 200 shillings. Every refugee woman, on weekends they meet and they give it to one of them. And it expanded their businesses. That's why we have so many Somali women hawkers in Eastleigh. It started with IRC. They were also trained on how to save through a program called Nuria. They were also trained on GBV issues. They were not coming out to say if FGM and the causes of FGM during childbirth and menstrual period, how it is affecting their lives. And IRC brought on board so many other partners to talk on FGM. They also did a demonstration and a procession of 250 women in Eastleigh to say no on gender-based violence and FGM. They are still going on. It is not that they are left us. And we are praying that whoever was supporting the programs through IRC to do more, because these women need them. And out of the 85,000 who get it, it is only 30 or 20% who get jobs. They are not employed. So we still have quite a number of these people who are trained and not working on salaried jobs. They are also doing this small laboring with children, and you can see how economically Kenya is going zigzag. We are praying for more partners to support IRC on the empowerment and livelihood support of the host and refugee women in Eastleigh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lou. And this is what we are calling the voices for change. Yeah? They are speaking what has really been able to be done by IRC. And, and it is good to know that you're using the respect model by the UN, yeah, to just ensure that we are ending violence against women. And economic empowerment is a big deal. It's actually playing a very significant role in ending violence against women. So yes, we applaud IRC for that. I want to recognize the presence of a representative, I believe, from NEFAC. Yes, please introduce yourself and tell us what NEFAC does before we now go to just understanding what are some of the legal and health or protection issues that are being faced by women who are living with HIV, and what is the country or what is Kenya doing about it? What does the law say in order to just protect these persons?
So thank you so much. My name is Caroline Gatimo from National Network Empowerment of People Living with HIV, that is NEFAC. I support the M&D department. So for NEFAC, we have several programs. One is the HIV program, where Red Cross supports us through Global Fund. We also have TB program, where we are supported by AMREF. We also supported by AfroCab, where we have another program for advanced HIV disease. And lastly, we have community-led monitoring, also through where we support 24 counties through AMREF. So some of the legal and health rights protection that we feel are very key in these women and girls. One is the data, especially we should ensure that there is protection and confidentiality when we are sharing the data. So we just ensure that when data is stored, we have some security measures, and also when it's on transit, we also just consider some things like encryption, so that we at least ensure that there is confidentiality when the data is being transmitted. Yes. Another thing is also the GBV laws, whereby through our paralegals, we're able to educate the community on their rights, mainly on the sexual violence, the emotional violence, and physical, and the intimate partner violence. So at least we conduct campaigns, human rights campaigns, where we are able to just create awareness to this community. And from there, we are able to just identify cases where we just follow up, ensure that they are solved. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's Caroline? Yes. And, so I've heard you've mentioned about confidentiality, so issues, as well as also educating them about their rights and whatnot. I don't know if NEFAC is already in the business of just advocating for integrated services, whereby even if I'm a person living with HIV, I'm due for my clinics, and I can just walk into the health facility without someone really, without the stigma of saying, yeah, you know, she went to the CCC. It's usually that direction. Are we working at having these services under one roof, where somebody can just walk to a consultation room in any hospital and still get my meds from there or my prescriptions? Or is this something you think can also just reduce some of the stigma that is going around, especially for persons living with HIV?
So thank you. So as I've mentioned, we are supporting 4 counties in HIV program. So basically, Murang'a County is one of our counties. It has embraced integration so well, whereby integration is working perfectly, and also West Pokot. So whereby at least there's one stop for everything that they need. So we no longer need the CCCs, just it has already been integrated in the outpatient, and there's no stigma. So at least they've been made aware that it's okay to just have a one-stop, because also confidentiality is being maintained there. So at least for West Pokot and Murang'a, we've been doing very well. For Nairobi, we are still coming up, but I believe it will be a continued work in progress. Yes.
Safe to say that these are some of the best practices that you have. So maybe just to still on the same, I know we talked about in the morning, there were conversations around people using your personal data and information against you. There's doxing, yeah? Somebody would want to write on social, and we've seen this happening, where somebody would say, this is so-and-so, in fact, she's on care, she takes her meds from this hospital, and they try to shame you. And this is something that is very rampant, and that is happening. How is NEFAC, protecting these people? Do you take these people to court, especially on I don't know if we'll call it defamation, if we have a lawyer here, or I don't know what kind of, offense that would be. Is it taken seriously? Do you take people to court? Do you represent your clients on such issues?
Yes, we do. We have 4 pro bono lawyers for the 4 counties, whereby we enable the community to have free and affordable financial legal access. At least we ensure that each case that needs to be taken to court, the paralegal will link it to the pro bono lawyer for the next step, so we don't leave anything unsolved. Yes.
Thank you. I don't know if Zaina, you'd want to say something around that as well. I know this might sound a bit controversial. Just the other day, one of the bloggers, I also don't have a lawyer, so I will just say one of the bloggers here in Kenya was actually taken to court, and he's supposed to pay 6 million shillings for, defamation. Yes? And I don't know, so how does this, does it hold water? I don't know if this can be iwe funzo kwa wengine, like you just don't use somebody's personal information and put it on social media, because this is going to affect them. They have a family they're coming from, psychologically and whatnot. So are such matters taken to court? Are they, do they hold water? Or will I need, what kind of evidence would I need when I go to court, for such issues, if I'm reporting someone who's doing that?
So yes, matters like that go to court. There are various areas of the law which you can employ, but looking at defamation is basically where you want to kuharibia mtu jina with no legal basis. Although you can have a defense if whatever is being said is true. Facts are not taken as defamatory when you say what you say and it's true. Yeah, so something being a fact is a defense, and something being in the public is a defense. But when it comes to privacy data, there are many, many cases at the ODPC, and we keep informing people that you should not take someone's personal data and publish without their consent, even if it's a photo. So consent really, consent is a very serious thing right now. You might think that because we are here and, we are having fun, well, there are many instances where you can defend yourself, but just to let you know that please be cautious. Tell a friend to tell a friend, tell a family member not to be careless with anyone's details, whether it is a photo, phone number, and sometimes we even get requests for information for someone else, and because you think Beatrice knows Zaina, I can share Zaina's details to Beatrice without asking her. Or you share and then you come and tell me later, oh, I shared your details, or those photos I shared with Beatrice, so that, and then Beatrice goes ahead and posts or says something. So yes, there are many, many cases of that nature, and just to let people know that the ODPC can come knocking, or even just someone could just sue you in our normal courts for defamation.
Very very well, and I think, yes, that's a call for us to be vigilant and to be very careful about the things we share or do on social media. So we've actually come to the end of the panel discussion, and I will wrap up there with just one question where I'll give all the panelists a chance to just tell us, you know, we've looked at this issue of intersectionality, inclusion, even exclusion and inclusion, and we're looking, and from the look of things, there is no one partner who can say, I can comfortably offer or address this issue by myself, or rather as a standalone entity, or as Red Cross we are able to solve all these issues, yeah? So we just want to hear from you, how can Kenya build a unified, inclusive protection system that works for all vulnerable groups? What efforts do we want to see, or what can we do to get there to ensure that as a survivor of violence, no matter my gender, no matter my sexual orientation, whether I'm a foreigner, whether I'm a refugee, I am still able to access services with dignity, you know, and with the highest attainable standards of health. Okay. Maybe you can start with you.
So much. Number one, we can't avoid what we call partnerships. And I just want to give an example. When we started the journey of marginalized with Mau, we brought the PBO's all organization and other organizations we know, only to come and begin to form different committees to work within the marginalized, justice and whatever, peace, every aspect or every need of the marginalized and the minority. We found that within us, there are people who are very knowledgeable within the organizations. So in short, I want to say we can't avoid partnerships. Like it has really worked for us as national federations of PBO, because as I've said, we have partnered with MAU. Also, we have partnered with ICAD. In fact, they want mostly the organization within the PBOs to train them about capacity building. Then they take that knowledge to all 47 counties because we have representation from our groups. So as I finish what I can tell, I can request the National Federations of PBO has been given mandate by the government, and there is a law. All the organizations can be. So conductors, our chairman is there, 16th floor, Nyayo House. He will help you to guide. And even right now, we've been seeing through him showing us a director's email from now donors outside asking, we have this and this, somebody in Kibera, this and this, does he do this and this? Advice. When they go to the website, they see what we are doing. Now they begin to consult us to talk more about the organization, whether they are there and they are doing. So in short, partnerships, capacity building, working together, also with the government will change this thing. And as I formalized, when we were validating those laws for the marginalized, we had a representation of each department from the government. And I'm very happy to announce we had a representative from the judiciary. He said already the government has dispersed 2 magistrates. They are already in the marginalized counties. Stand there to work for to make sure the marginalized and the minorities have the rights. So in short, let me also repeat, partnerships. Nobody can work alone and succeed. Thank you.
Inclusive partnerships,
exactly.
Yes? And nothing for us without us. So I hope the people you're talking about here, marginalized and all that were present at the table. Yeah,
yeah, but now this is for the entire Kenya, the projects we are doing. Let us have partnership.
Good.
No matter the marginalized, no matter you are doing where it's not a marginalized, but we are level to change Kenya.
Thank you. Zaina?
I'd like to emphasize on research, continuous research. Research can also be used as a co-creation tool. When you engage with, for instance, the adolescents or the PWDs or whichever group, have focus group discussions with them, you will in there during that discussion notice what they need and what they want and what they don't like. Secondly, education. We also need to self-educate. I am personally tired of male engagement. Can they at least just take their phones and Google, what is GBV? How can a man end GBV? You know, it is simple. It is exhausting when we always have to involve men, engagement. Talk about involving boys, minors in school, those ones that are still adolescents and young boys to tell them what to do. But men, come on. Self-educate, and when you're educated, there are male champions. I've had people talking about, we have male champions. Can we push the male champions to either also register their organizations where they're focusing on educating other men so that women can focus on, their issues, and they stop blaming us when we talk about women and they say, why are you not talking about men? We also want men to start talking about men and women. Thank you.
Rebecca.
Yeah, I would like to put emphasis on sector-wide approaches in all that we do. How many of us have sat in task force teams or technical working groups only to realize there's another sub-technical working group within the main technical working group that still focuses on the same agenda that you are addressing? Who is the convener of these technical working groups? At some point it's government, depending on the particular ministry or department. Sometimes it's the big brother, whoever has the, largest envelope. So can we come to a point where our focus goes beyond our organizational needs? But if it's GBV programming, if it is protection programming, if it is health, can we think beyond? Let's think together as a sector. And I believe we have frameworks. We have some data that could be showing us where the gaps are, where the needs are. And if it is missing, can we then do those assessments? Can we carry out those analyses so that then we are informed? I'm very pleased there's a call we are working on currently. And then we realize there's a consortium that's already working on that particular call. And earlier this week, we convened together all the partners who are carrying out protection within the camps. And we were able to speak on the gaps. We were able to complement each other. When we realize that organization A already has funds or has proposed to carry out trainings on, say, clinical management of rape, intimate partner violence, case management, then we put our envelope in something else. We say, okay, in this case, let's then focus these resources. That was, that's the shift we want to start seeing. So for me, it would be more of a sector-wide approach in all that we do, and not only just focusing on what is immediately, in front of us, but let's think beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Yes, Caroline.
So for me, I'll say, let the communities take lead. We can use the community-led monitoring approach, whereby we have meaningful participation from the community members, such that we are able to involve them first in planning, data collection, giving feedback to the relevant bodies like NASCOP, NSDCC, whereby we have evidence-based, where we can even influence our health policies. So for me, it's let the communities take lead, and they will own the process.
It's communities at the center of it all. They actually have solutions to their problems. So if it's marginalized groups, they know what they need, and they know what would be the best way for them to be treated. That has been a very engaging discussion. Let us give a round of applause to our panelists. Yes, and thank you very much for your time and for taking part in this discussion. So at this juncture, let me give it back to Mercy, who will take us to the next session. We can have our seats.
Thank you so much, Charlene and this wonderful team. Another clap for them. Instructions. Simameni kidogo, please stand. We will give them some clap. I think I can do without the microphone for just a minute so that we move our bodies. As we move with the program, as we prepare for the next panel discussion, the team has a mentee quickly to jog our minds as the other team comes to do their discussion. Studio, the mentee, get out your phone. Do the scan, 5 minutes. Are we there? The last mentee did not have many of our participants who are here. Kindly try and log in, scan, and the question is, what practical collective actions are required to make Kenya's digital spaces safer for children across prevention, early detection, reporting, and justice pathways? What are the practical collective actions that all of us can do to make digital spaces safer for our children? How many are in? Are we able to see? Media team, are we able to see how many people are in? I can see people are typing, meaning they are in. Those ones who are not in. Anybody having a challenge logging in? Yes? Sorry? Doesn't have the typing, the interface to put the information. Hello, can I get some help? Feel free to stand, to walk around, to get a glass of water. Don't have to be on your seat. And multitask. Anybody who's been successful? Any success? Okay, I think the media team will be working on this and we can move to the next panel discussion because of time. We are moving to the fourth panel discussion. I can get a clue if we are ready to go. Apologies for the technical hitch. They will be working on that. So we'll now move to the next panel discussion. And in this fourth session, we'll be talking about child protection, cyberbullying, and data protection. Cyberbullying has become a very common phenomenon, and that's why they say you have to develop a thick skin if you're going into the digital space. But for our young people, I don't know how that space will look like even in the next few years. So to discuss this topic, I'm going to introduce the moderator of the session, and it's none other than Wilson, our very own. Wilson Karibu. And Wilson will be joined by the following panelists. We have Dr. Purity Njeru. Is Dr. Purity Njeru with us? Okay. Beatrice Anyango. Thank you. From Ngek, we have Miss Muluki Mungala. Miss Muluki is an early childhood educator and therapist at Childline KE. Then we have Zaina Kombo, the campaign manager in equality and anti-discrimination from Amnesty. Sorry, I know you just came from the panel, but we are happy to have you back. And we also have my long-lost friend and my namesake, Ms. Njeri Migwe, the founder and CEO of Tuco-Kenya. Karibuni sana. I hand over to Wilson for us to continue.
Wow, thank you very much. Mercy, as we transition over to this other session, a very, very interesting session, colleagues, around cyberbullying, data protection and online safety of our children in this particular session on Voices for Change. And to our panelists, I know that we have Ms. Muluki Mungala from Childline. Welcome. Thank you. Good to see you. Zaina, again from Amnesty International. We have a lot to talk about children. Beatrice, I know that you've been in the space of child protection, working with NGEC, that is the National Gender Equality Commission, and then our mutual friend, Jerry Migwi from Tuco-Kenya. Karibu sana to this particular session. Now, as all of you know, we just came from a session around intersectionality. And as all of you know, we know that we have issues around children with disability, the refugee children, the adolescent group who are currently at a significant risk of online abuse. And based on data, we are being made aware that there is a new form of violence currently that is silent. It's not physical, but it is silent, and it is often in form of, it's often in invisible form, and actually it presents in terms of cyberbullying, online grooming, sextortion, trafficking networks, and I'm happy Amnesty International will be here to give us more insights, and misuse of personal data as well as harmful digital contents targeting children. And just to start us off, Tuco-Kenya, Migwi, tell us, based on your work, first of all, you introduce yourself, you tell us about what you do, and then we'll be able to have a follow-up question. So, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. My name is Njeri Megwe. I work as Executive Director at Tuco-Kenya.
We're an organization that seeks to end the prevalence of sexual and gender-based violence. We do so through advocating, supporting, protecting, and responding to issues of gender-based violence through our helpline, through social media, as well as we run safe houses, a feeding program. Response means we do the whole 360, where we start from reporting, hospital, safe housing, and legal aid, where we work very closely with Amnesty International, especially Zaina, who guides us on that aspect. So I'm really glad to have her in this panel. And as well as other programs where we work. You can't end gender-based violence without economical inclusion. So we have economical inclusion programs, especially in Soweto and Kayole. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry. So based on your work with the community and the survivors, what emerging online threats are harming children today, and how can parents, as well as communities, as well as ourselves, build that digital resilience?
I feel like one of the things we really ignore a lot is algorithms and how they work. Because I believe that sometimes you say something and then you sit and you're like, was my phone listening to me? And there's always these suggestions that your phone gives. So you need to understand that when your child is also online, those same suggestions are also online. And so depending with what content you as a parent was watching or what the child is watching, the child is also informed about those content, and so that the child can also find themselves in that content, looking at that content. And sometimes it could be accidental or sometimes it could be intentional, but the child will find themselves in places that they did not need to go. And I remember we were talking to a teenager who had an eating disorder. And you have to wonder in Kenya, where is this coming from? But she found herself in a group of people with eating disorders, and it was encouraged to look a certain way. And so in those groups, and it was a suggestion, she was looking at dieting tips. And deep diving into dieting tips, she found herself in a whole eating disorder group. So those suggestions sometimes will lead a child, an adolescent, into places where they shouldn't be, find themselves in harmful extremist ideologies. And even in there are even suicidal groups, where you are assisted on how you can kill yourself by suicide. Yeah, so you should not, algorithms are very important. Even these cookies that we take in websites are very important. The other thing I have seen is digital manipulation. And in digital manipulation, you will find children being told to give up their personal data. But because they've been talking with this person, it feels safe. And so it's safe for them to give up their digital data. And this data sometimes, it's even in things like games, and then this child is suggested, buy these bundles. How many times have you seen a parent say, the child bought things for Roblox? So there are all these things in which, your manipulation is being used digitally, and if you don't pay attention to it, sometimes even the effect for you, or you come to learn later, where a child has, their consent has been used to purchase things using your credit card. And also, I feel like the other thing that we also don't look like, it starts with small things and then it grows on into an addiction. And because most of the time parents are very busy, it's easier to give a child a phone, an iPad, to keep busy because you have work that you carried from home. You carried it home or you work from home. So it's easy to give a child a gadget. So that child gets onto the gadget, and slowly but slowly we are building an addiction where a child will not keep quiet unless they have a gadget. And so that is something that we don't look at it, but I met these people who are doing research where they are saying that the neurons of children are not growing as they should because of the blue light that is coming from digital use. So that is also for me a form of digital abuse. Doxing. I know we touched on it in the other topic, But doxing is the use of personal, when they personally publish your information online so that you can be harassed. It could be information on where you live, it could be personal information, unfortunately, where, they share your disease, they share very pertinent or very information that shouldn't be out in the public. Not all information is for public consumption. And so they share it, and then suddenly you're being trolled. And even children, this happens to them. And the other thing I want to talk about is AI. I've seen so many things, and you see somebody saying, this is what children are watching, and you look at it and you're like, oh my God, there is no way this is proper. But you can look at it, it's been made from AI, and the suggestions that are there. And it looks very child-friendly. It could be even in form of a cartoon, in animals, but when you really listen to what is being there, sometimes it's very sexually suggestive, but it is exactly aimed for children, because we need to understand that real-life predators on the ground, they are also online predators that look and aim at children. For purposes of either grooming them, it could be slow grooming where they make a friend, they behave like though they're children, and this child forms an affection with this person. Slowly, your child gains trust with this online friend who, looks like a child, and they develop trust, and they start asking for things like telling the child to send them content. Slowly but slowly, let me see what dress you're wearing. Can you lift up your dress? Can we see what is it inside? And things like that. And slowly your child is starting to send sexually suggestive content. We cannot underestimate how important it is to ensure that this doesn't happen to children. And children are not sending explicit images to strangers on the internet. I think that is what I will answer in terms of what I have seen. What are the trends that children are facing? I put a few notes here as well. You asked, the second question was, what is the role of parents and caregivers when it comes to issues like this? I feel like one of our most things as Kenyan parents is to grab that gadget and hide it, because Njeri has said children are sending explicit images. But I feel like it's very important for us as parents, the community caregivers, to actually start talking to our children. You cannot underestimate the importance of talking to children. And by talking to children is, ask the child, what happens? Let's start teaching children digital hygiene. The same way we teach them about life outside. I hope we are talking to our children about stranger danger. We're talking to our children about, how they are, their sexual parts and things like that, so that they can have an understanding. Because these are the things that they will meet online. So the same way we start by teaching children, start teaching them. If a stranger online asks you for your name, what do you do? Not snatching the gadget, but by teaching the child to be safe within the space of online, because it's a reality. And also ensuring that we have timings in which we allow the children to have. Children should be out playing and enjoying the sun and enjoying the company of other children. I feel like because of the digital and online spaces, children don't have enough time to be children. So have limited time. And you can say, after school, only 1 hour. You're allowed on your laptop or whatever. Then you go and play. And it is strict and it is enforced. That way the child knows this and this. And also not using online time as a reward. It can be that, oh, you did this, okay, so then you get to spend more time online. No, it can't be that. It has to be, it's a give and take situation. As a parent, you have to decide, what is the time that I'm allowing my child? How am I allowing my child to, spend time on the internet as well? What are we teaching our children? What kind of critical thinking are we giving our children? Because we're not always going to be there for our children. And as they grow They need to have their own thoughts. These thoughts have been embedded by you as the parent so that the child can be able to make good decisions, whether it's online or offline. So those same decisions they're making offline, they should also be able to navigate them online, because these kids are growing, they're smarter. I mean, now if you have a child at 2, they know how to operate the remote better than you. They know how to open the laptop. They know programs. So as they get this, we also need to ensure that their critical thinking is also sharpened. You know, that there's a psychologist here, so I'll allow her to, to tell us about the stop, think, and you know, the trick we teach children about images, you know, where we tell them stop and think and check. Is it true? Is it trustworthy? Do you believe it? You know, those are some of the digital hygiene practices I was talking about. And also, digital harm affects mental health. It really affects mental health. We cannot overemphasize. If you as an adult, as a person who is consistently trolled, I can tell you it affects you. You may think, you know, I have thick skin, I'm resilient, and this doesn't affect me, but it does affect you. Imagine you as an adult, how this works. Imagine if somebody is trolling your child online. How does that digital harm translate? And how do we help our children regulate and learn that they can shut off the computer? The same way you tell an adult who's being trolled, this is your phone, you do know you can shut it up, put it on the side, and you don't have to be online if something is happening to you. So I think that those are just some of the suggestions I have for parents to look at when it comes to digital safety. Thank you.
Awesome, Njeri. I think we are all learning that digital literacy in this generation, I think we are now in both Gen Z, and now we are seeing Gen Alphas now coming up. I mean, that should really be very, very alarming to me and you, including the community, based on what Njeri Mwigu has just mentioned. And this because recently we saw a publication, not really a publication, but I think it was a content, and I'm happy until Lukis, you're here, we'll be able to share more around that. Around these online programs. Actually, they're YouTube programs, yeah, and actually they're age appropriate. I know of Teacher Rachel, I know of the likes of Blippi, Peppa Pig, and the likes. So probably just before I come to you, Auntie Lukis, and Auntie Lukis here will be introducing herself officially. Migwi, what's your take around these programs, especially for the age group between 2 years to around 10 years? What's your say? What have you seen?
Again, you see these things that go very viral.
Yeah.
Look at the color imagery that they use to bring in a child into it. Even the sound effects that they use, it's to lure your child. If you think about, there was a popular song I think 2 years back, and if you really think about that song and the fact that that song garnered billions and billions of views, it's not a bad song. It's a harmless song that we even also, what was it called? I keep forgetting. It was really popular. It was really irritating at some point. But if you think about it, it garnered billions. I think it's the most viewed song. And it was a children's song. But I was also reading up, and they were saying that and it's very popular. Why am I forgetting that song?
Is it the famous Baby Shark?
Yes.
Yes.
And you think about, look at the color. Look at how it's able to keep a child there. There is nothing the child is really learning, but the child wants to keep on watching and watching and watching. That is also digital manipulation, where a child just wants to stay in that space. Baby shark, do, 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 do. And even you as an adult, you have to start asking yourself, what is the rhythmic? Because everything is about consumerism. There is nothing that is really being given for free. If it is free, then you are the product. So our children are sometimes the product. And because that song has the ability to keep your child in one space, just seated and just repeatedly listening to these things, then it is very important for us to ask ourselves, what is in it for that child? What is it doing for the mental health of your child? Is your child, what does it hinder the ability of your child to grow, to perform, and to be able? So again, it is the same thing. Think about it, even you as a parent, before you introduce Peppa Pig or whatever it is you want to introduce. What is this? Stop, check, think. Does it help my child's ability to grow? Does it help my child's ability to speak? Does it help my child's ability to think? Is it helping my child, or is it dumping down my child?
Perfect. Excellent. A Childline Kenya. 1 in 5 children are approached by adults they don't know online. We don't know how true this is, but from where we sit, we understand that you do handle cases. You're a case manager. Now, please introduce yourself. Tell us what you do. Tell us the online gig you are doing, how it's working, and then we'll get back to our question. Yeah, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muluki Mungala, aka Aunt Lukis. You can check up my page on TikTok, Aunt Lukis backup page. And I am an early childhood educator, a child therapist at the National Child Helpline 116. And Childline Kenya, our organization is the official technical partner that runs the government toll-free number 116. So as Childline Kenya, we offer an online platform where child protection cases are reported. Yes.
Now, Auntie Lukis.
Yes.
From the cases you receive, the cases you handle, the cases you go as far as Mupurus, pipelines, what trends are you seeing in cyberbullying and online grooming? And my second question will be,
yes,
what gaps must be addressed to also strengthen child reporting and support systems?
Thank you, Wilson. First of all, I heard Njeri talking about AI. One of the worrying trends that we have is something called technology-facilitated child sexual abuse material. Nowadays, CSAM has evolved to a very dangerous space whereby you find that a perpetrator will use the face of a child to create nudes. And then they start blackmailing the children. So you find a child reporting to the helpline and saying, I did not give him nude photos, and yet the perpetrator has generated nude photos using AI. And when you look at the images, they're so real. AI has a very high level of technology whereby they're making images of nudes of children. And, sorry, let me just check. And as a result of that, we have a lot of children now reporting at the helpline. You'll notice that the helpline 116 is a very easy number to memorize. And when we started partnering with our different partners and collaborations, we realize now children are the ones who are reporting these cases. So that is one, those ones that are technology facilitated, child sexual assault material. Then we also have an increasing rise of online grooming. It is increasing at a dangerous speed. I have been able to support OXEA cases for the last 3 years. And for the last 3 years, I have supported over 300 online child sexual exploitation and abuse cases. And when I meet these children and when we interact with them, the children always sing one song, please don't tell my parents. But the damage has become so extensive, this child has become suicidal. You have to take them through trauma-based therapy in order to help this child understand we need to talk to mom and dad because this is a DCI case. So we interact with the anti-human trafficking unit together with the DCI to help these children, and eventually we get to work with the parents, help them understand. Children are so naive, you know, they were just taking an innocent photo with, you know, maybe topless, maybe they had a bikini, and then the perpetrator now takes it to the next level and now generates nudes with such images. Another increase, we've noticed an increase in reporting of online technology facilitated cases because we have amazing partners like World Vision, UNICEF. Nowadays, even World Vision, as they give bags to children, it's written 116. Red Cross, wherever they go, they always talk about the helpline, and very many partners who are on the ground. These are some of the increasing trends that we are seeing nowadays. We've also partnered with Akili Kids. Akili Kids have some really nice content for children, and now they're talking about the helpline. So we have a lot of children now reporting at the helpline, which is a really cool thing because we normally ask them, how did you come across our number? And they talk about, we had it on the radio, we watched TV. Yeah, so these are some of the emerging trends that we have started noticed. When it comes to your second question, please. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Last but not least, I think to your reach, sorry, with regards to your reach, I know that you are really doing some pretty good work online, and this actually complements the kind of work you are actually doing. I mean, how is it? How did you start? And what was the force behind it? And you've mentioned you've reached close to about 300 cases. How do you do it? That's what people really need to get to understand, yeah, OXEA methodology around it. Yeah, thank you.
So OXEA stands for, thank you, Wilson. OXEA stands for Online Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse. And we have different forms of OXEA. We have online grooming, we have sexting, we have live streaming, we have sextortion, and then we have CSAM, child sexual assault material, which now the emerging trends is we are having technology facilitated child sexual assault materials. So yes, a lot of people get surprised when I tell them the numbers of online cases I've supported. And the little trick is awareness and sensitization. Before I start identifying these cases, one thing that I always do is awareness, because these children, some of them do not even know they are being abused. And because of handling so many cases, I decided to make content on social media, on TikTok, to create awareness to parents, especially like right now I'm doing content on child sexual assault cases. Parents are not aware of what is happening to the children. So when I meet with children, and I meet children in large numbers, I do awareness to these children. And that's when they start realizing, you can imagine teenagers think it's okay to send nudes to their boyfriends. And when you talk to children, they have things called challenges. Now, you see those things that we call them TikTok challenge. Now, what is so interesting about the internet is that children also have become very, very cheeky, in the sense that there are platforms where the normal people can see, and there are platforms where you and me cannot see. And the children are creating content there. And one of the content, an example of a challenge is, if you love me, prove it by removing your clothes and taking a video. That is how a lot of these girls find themselves live streaming. Because the moment they take one video or one photo Or you go to a place where, and that's why we keep telling children, please don't go where your parents don't know. Please don't do something that you wouldn't do it in front of your father or your mother. So you find that these children start creating content like that as a challenge. Sometimes they go to parties and you're told there's this game called Truth or Dare, or something called Spin the Bottle. You spin the bottle and then it gives you a challenge. Remove your clothes and dance while you're in your panty and or your bra like that. Then the next thing, that child becomes viral. In the space now we call dark web. Children now even know how to operate dark web, and imagine I don't know how it operates. Yeah, did I answer your question? Yes.
Perfect question. Before I move to Zaina, to the audience, do you realize how silent Oxea is and how this is likely to become a problem in our generation? I mean, in the new generation. It's an issue that we may need to really have a call on action around, and I'm happy Ngek is here, Amnesty International is here. But before I hand it over to Zaina, Auntie Lukis,
yes,
let's talk about the referral pathways.
Yes.
Our audience here want to understand, how do you make sure that there is successful linkages and referral when handling these cases? Because all of us understand here, especially in our nation, there is a lot of fragmentation in terms of linkages and referral. The cases are not being closed. You go to the National Police gender desk, probably they are not even aware about this form. It is there, you may find it, yes, there, or in some police station they are not there, but how have you been working with the organizations you've mentioned, DCI, you've also mentioned Akili Kids. I'm just trying to think along the lines of a successful referral pathway. How should it look like for you with regards to Oxea?
Absolutely, thank you, Wilson. First, let me begin by saying it's tough. It is so tough. The police do not even understand Oxea. And I remember there's a time we got a live streaming case and we went to the police station to follow up. That's how much we have to do. You have to actually go physically to the police station yourself and follow up. And I remember this was a live streaming case. It was, around Kayole. And when we got there, the investigating officer said, "Is your case?" And you can imagine this little girl was being used by the house help. First of all, the house help would lock her inside a bathroom or a toilet. And then she would undress. And then the little girl had to hold the phone for the house help because she was live streaming with someone who is out of the country. And then the perpetrator started saying, "I want to see the person holding the phone." And that is how the girl was coerced to also remove her clothes and then also come in front of the camera. And the police said, "Apana, hapa hakuna kesi," and he deleted the evidence. So those are some of the challenges that we have. First, we have law enforcement agencies who do not understand online child sexual exploitation and abuse cases, how it works. But for us, in order for the case to be successfully closed, we have to do a lot of follow-up. Just like any other case, and let me also mention that the penal code does not have anything that talks about online abuse, only the Children's Act. So when you go to the police officers, already even the term juvenile was removed by the Children's Act, and the penal code still refers children to as juvenile. So you see, first of all, conflicting legal policies. The penal code is different from us. So the police officers will tell you, hiyo iko kwa sheria yetu, hiyo ni yenu. So we have to go through extensive levels in order to get to successfully close the Oxea cases, and this is where DCI come in. The DCI start now, going through the gadgets and then looking for the evidence, and then now they are the ones who will help us to secure the evidence to take the matter to court. So for linkages, when it comes to our partners, and thank you so much for our partners entrusting us with this kind of cases. We do a lot of follow-up. It is only through follow-up that is going to help you get a successful case. meaning you have to go on the ground, you have to get a lawyer, the lawyer has to follow it up, the case has to go to court, and the perpetrators are apprehended. Yes.
Intensive.
Yes.
It is so resource intensive, and this is real, colleagues. This is very, very real, and that's why it's good for us to address most of these in this particular session. Beatrice, you've noted that we have policy gaps. Allow me to probably shift this to you, and then we come back to Amnesty International. Auntie Luki's here. She has actually mentioned a few policies that lack certain caveats, or for lack of a better word, terminologies that were either removed. And I know that from where you sit, you've been working with partners to actually review and also develop policies. Now, from your view, how is the Commission enhancing child protection frameworks, legal frameworks, to respond to the emerging risk of digital violence against children, and how can other stakeholders support these efforts? I think there's a lot for us to discuss around that area, and probably this could be one of our key lessons learned from today's session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wilson. Once again, good afternoon, colleagues. And I realize I did not little elaborate on what NGC does. For those who are not there in the morning session, I am Beatrice Owino from National Gender and Equality Commission as a program officer. National Gender and Equality Commission is a constitutional commission, one of the 11 constitutional commissions, and so we are not a ministry. Many a times we are confused by State Department for Gender, which is under the ministry. So as the National Gender and Equality Commission, we are an agency that works on special interest groups. These are the children, the youth, women, persons with disability, minority and marginalized, and the elderly. What do we do with them? These are special interest groups according to the Constitution, and we ensure that the programs that the government roll out, both government and private or non-governmental, are factored in, and these groups are uptaking the programs or initiatives that are rolled to them. And so we oversee, we offer an oversight role. How do we offer an oversight role? One, by monitoring the implementation of various programs. And I'm doing this as I answer the question of policy gaps. We can say that as a NGC, we have actively participated in the review and amendment of the Children's Act 2001, and now it's 2022. And for the people who have interacted with the Act, you can appreciate that it has been enhanced, and it incorporates many other things that were left behind. And one of the areas that we have also not talked of here, as most of us have come up on stage, is the intersex group, both children and adults. These are category of persons that we live with, and we need to appreciate and recognize them. And I also just want to put it across that through the effort of NGC, the intersex groups were able to be counted in the 2019 census, and we had 1524 intersex. So as we program, as we implement our activities, please let's ensure that we take keen interest into this category of persons. And one, I would say that from the list of attendants or participants, can we have a column that also takes these persons into consideration, because they are within us and among us, and probably here, 1 or 2 or 3 of us are one of them, and because it's not, we are not sensitive to them, then somebody, most of our times they identify themselves with LGBTQ, but we realize that their needs are different, and their issues are different, and they face various challenges, even when it comes to the, can I call it facility or things that they need to use? Yes, so please let's take keen interest and ensure. So in the policy issues as national agenda, we coordinate stakeholders that are working in child protection space. And here the stakeholders come together to share their experience and solutions on issues that they have encountered on child protection. And I want to say that Childline is also a close partner we work with in various forums. And as we say, in OXEA, there is a referral pathway and a reporting tool that is domiciled in the Directorate of Children's Services. And so in that tool, we can report cases or instances that we've had on issues of online child protection or child abuse. So I also want to applaud the government for that. And remember I said laws, there's the Children's Act, there's the Sexual Offences Act, and there is labor law that is questionable because it says that a child from age 14 can do light work for 2 hours for pay. So it is still something that is a bit debatable, but that is in labor law. I also came across it as I was reviewing the laws. And also as NGC, we also participate in the review and call for participation of the public on review of various laws and bills that goes to Parliament. And also we sit or present before the committee in social protection that present this to the floor of the House so that we ensure that where there are gaps, they are addressed. And I also want to say that we also lobby for the resource allocation and especially to the government. And I want to say, in partnership with all of us and stakeholders in child protection space, I really want to acknowledge there is Joint Forces Alliance. They call themselves JOFA, that is a World Vision, Kenya, Plan International, Save the Children, Child Fund, Terrace de Homes, and which one else? There is a fifth one that have come together to ensure that issues of child protection in Kenya is pushed to the policy makers. And for the first time, we are going to see in our budget mentioning a child and pushing to ensure that the Directorate of Children's Service becomes a standalone directorate. And when it comes standalone, then that comes with a budgetary allocation. And I'm happy that already we have a PS for as a result of that, when we presented the presentation of the last budgetary sessions. So we have a PS for State Department for Children's Services. And so we hope that with that one, there'll come the budgetary allocation where the issues of children are not lumped into social protection, which is broad. We get the gender, we get the persons with disability, but we get the standalone one. So that is how we intervene. And also I want to say that we also advocate or lobby for the inclusion and participation of children's voices and children themselves. And I also want to say that for the first time, we had our lawmakers listening to the children, present their needs, and advocate that they also want to be allocated a budget so that their issues are well articulated and they are able to talk. So we had a forum at KICC where the children themselves, and this was not an NGC, it was in collaboration with the non-governmental and State Department, the Director of Children's Services, that mobilized the children through the different children committees and presented their agenda or their memorandum that could be taken to the Parliament or floor of the House, and so that the lawmakers know that children are also existing Kenyans that needs a stake of the cake or the national cake. So we also monitor, as NGC, we monitor the implementation of the programs and policies within the country. And some of the programs that we monitor is like OVC cash transfer for the children. And the cash transfer for persons with severe disability, and there it's cross-cutting, the children are there. Even for the cash transfer for the elderly, you find that in Kenya currently, most of the elderly are taking care of the young ones, their grandchild. And so when we monitor this, what do? We try to ask, is this money going to the right beneficiary? What are the systems or the framework in place that ensures that these children or these elderly or children with severe disability get this funding? So I want just to highlight an experience of where we had the money for the elderly being returned or mentioned in papers of various medias that there's no uptake of the cash transfer or low uptake of cash transfer for the elderly.
Yes.
But when we did our research, public engagement with the public forums and engaged the public, we came to realize that the way in which the money was being disbursed was not the right way, because you find that when the elderly are the wrinkles fade off as we age, and because of the hard labor or wanalima huko shambani, these wrinkles fade off.
Yes.
And the mode of signing was the thumb.
Yes.
So you get there, when you registered, or when I registered as an old person,
Yes, yes.
my thumb the wrinkles were still visible. But as time goes by, it fades away.
Yeah.
So when I go for my cash transfer, I'm told, you are not the one.
Yeah. So unfortunate.
So you're like, but I'm the one.
Yes.
No, it's from your signature, it is not you. So the elderly complained and said that, can the country come with a way in which they can be supported? Because now you are chased away and for sure you don't get your money. So you go back without your money.
Yeah.
So what happened is that we lobbied for one of the suggestions was the eyes. They're saying, can they let us look into that thing, because our eyes will never fade away.
Yes.
And as several suggestions came about, and now what they're using are the cards. So they're given cards that they produce, and then like just the ID cards. Then they're able to be issued with their cash transfer. So at least there's an improved uptake on cash or money for the elderly.
Okay. Yeah, so Beatrice, I think I'll have to cut you short because of time, but thank you so much. We'll come back to you. Let's hear what Amnesty International has to say. We've heard about the policy gaps. We've heard the nitty-gritties by the grassroots organizations. We've heard from Tuco-Kenya. We've heard from Childline how they do it. From your own view, Zaina, what must children, parents, and institutions understand about data privacy, digital consent, and safe information sharing in today's technology-driven world?
One of the things that people need to know, everyone needs to know, from children to elderly people, is that data is the new gold. Data is the new gold.
Yes.
There is personal data, then there is sensitive data.
Yes, yes.
All of which you don't just throw in and out. I have colleagues who continuously work with NCAJ and other partners when it comes to child protection and matters, cyberbullying, etc. But as you've heard, we still have a long way to go.
Yeah.
Another thing I'd like us to know is love. Parents need to love their children, whether you have money or not. Unfortunately, perpetrators also happen to be parents. At the cost where we have child sex tourism, it is the parents who expose their children. You might think that because you don't do CCTV, you're just safe. Don't share photos of your children or of your family on social media. I keep telling my friends, but it's like they don't understand. Sometimes I miss the language.
Yes.
You know, you throw this bash and you're like, you're so happy. Oh, my child has turned 5. And you're making them pose and you're posting all those photos on Facebook. What you're not understanding is you're giving fodder to perpetrators. You've now heard what's happening with AI.
Yes.
The same way we will have women next year being trolled and being body shamed and it is the same thing that is now happening to children. The perpetrator will take that very innocent photo that you think, Zaina, this one, my child is not naked. See, they're just posing.
Yes.
Yeah? And they'll take that photo, that very innocent photo, twist it and, use those AI, very sophisticated AI tools and come up with a nude photo of your child and then expose it somewhere, and then before you know it, the face of your child in this body is now trending. Let me tell you, Njeri, I can tell you this. One day I come from, I think I was distressed. I had dealt with a case, and I met my colleagues where we have lunch, and they just innocently asked, just like a naive girl, why do people do this? Why should someone defile a minor and as if that is not enough, gouge out maybe their eyes or horrendous stuff? Do you know what I was told? This dark web thing you're talking about, that there are people who pay for such content, Jerry. There are people who ask for such videos. Like, they want a video where you're showing a child, you're molesting, you're sexually assaulting a child, and then you kill them, and the manner of killing is, those very horrendous things they do.
Yes,
that
yes.
video is
Yes.
worth, I don't know,
Millions of
millions.
views.
Imagine. That is where we are at.
Yeah.
So I'd like whoever is watching me, you have children, you have siblings, you have whoever loved ones you have, please, let's avoid cameras and screens, especially for minors.
Yes.
Apart from those, I think it's all schools now, who ask children to use phones to do homework, I think we can do something to those gadgets to limit the accessibility, whether it is YouTube or any other.
Parental controls.
The parental controls. Can we at least activate those so that we are not ignorantly exposing our children to perpetrators?
Yes.
And something else, I just thought of this while here, by the way. I think victim blaming should be made an offense.
An offense, true.
Because, as she said, the police, you go report to the police and they tell you, wewe ulikuwa unafanya nini hapo kwa hiyo screen? Wewe ulijirecord. This, it's exhausting.
Perfect.
But please, parents, people, listen. You don't have to post your children online. And if you have to, try, but I was told there's a way they can remove the blur. There's a way you blur, but there are also tools that can remove that. So if we can keep our 2-year-old, 5-year-olds away from screens, just for safety. And again, my last point is still education. Because if you as an adult are ignorant, you can imagine what will happen to your child. One challenge I have for GVRC, I know they mentioned they have an app, but I went to a meeting and got this statistic that it's only less than 30% of PWDs in Kenya are the ones who have access to smartphones. I think the actual figure was 26%.
Yeah.
This research was done by a big telco. So how then do we access, or how do we enable the PWDs who've been violated? How do we enable them report safely?
Yeah.
I think I'd like to stop there.
Thank you so much. I think, colleagues, we've come to the end of this session. We want to thank our first speaker, Jerry Migwi from Musikimye, Charline and Tulikis. Thank you so much for sharing with us the methodologies and how you are doing your work. Very practical, low-lying interventions. Amnesty International, Zaina, thank you so much for the very passionate speech you've been able to give and your contribution. Last but not least, Beatrice Anyango. Beatrice Anyango, by the way, every one of you, we really need to get to know who Beatrice is, because she's the one who normally convenes us. So Beatrice, we are really looking forward to having more conversations in our next technical working group, and we'll really be very happy, especially to talk about the intersectionalities that we've just spoken about. Otherwise, to our viewers, thank you very much. My name is Wilson Owino Pudo, coming from you live from Switch Media here at Kenya Red Cross, the Boma Hotel. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, I know time has really gone. We've really stepped into the lunch hour. I want to welcome Mercy. Mercy, you have something you want to say? Yes, please. Okay. Thank you so much. So, colleagues, being informed by our director that lunch is served. We've really done a lot since morning. We are only remaining with one more session on mental health. So we'll request that we go for lunch, we break for lunch at Boma. Probably Scovia, if you could just walk into the podium, please. And then we'll come back for the last session and also distribution. Scovia, please just come. And then we'll also come back for the distribution of dignity kits. I know that we had invited you to also showcase, you can just walk in, to also showcase what we have. You may probably want to reach out to someone who may need it. Like my friend here, I know, Silas, you have someone who may need this. So please, msiende, and then after that we'll have a session of networking. We'll probably come back, strictly have like 45 minutes after lunch, and then we'll just proceed home. Thank you so much. Let's network. I'll want to hand it over to you to give us the direction of the lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, thank you for coming. And after this session, we are going for a lunch at the Boma Hotel. Kindly pass by our registration desk, have your lunch, and enjoy. May I have a word of prayer before we go for lunch? Bless us, O Lord, and our gifts which are about to receive through Christ our Lord. Amen.
I'm being told 2:45. Okay, we'll be seated to start the last session. Thank you. Yeah. The bags are safe here. You can leave them. are, and then also the hotel also finishes serving lunch at 3. So when we come back, we are doing it with. Thank you. Studio, let me know when we are ready. Okay. Good after lunch. Yes, I hope you did enjoy your lunch. Did you enjoy? Any feedback? Waongeze nini, wapunguze nini? Thank you. So we are going to go through our last session of the day. Thank you so much for your perseverance, for keeping it through until this very moment. We hope that we can make it short during this session so that we can wind up. I know people have had a long day and did not anticipate that we will be here until this time. So in our last session, we will be talking about mental health and psychosocial support, as well as sexual and gender-based violence. I will be moderating this session, and I'm happy to have my panelists on board. One, we have, we have Silas Kirinya, a psychologist from Amazon Counseling Center. Makofi to Silas as he comes. I will also be inviting Lynette from GVRC. GVRC. Thank you, Makofi. And then we have Dorothy Okemo, the Executive Director for Access to Medicines platform. Dorothy, is she around? You're representing her? Okay. You're from Access KE? Please come. Thank you. As she walks to the stage, just as I've said, we'll be talking about mental health and psychosocial support, as well as the relationship between mental health and sexual gender-based violence. I will give you a moment to introduce yourself and tell us what you do in relationship to mental health and psychosocial support, as well as sexual gender-based violence. Maybe we can start with the gentleman on stage.
Thank you so much. My name is Silas. I am a psychologist and founder and the executive director of Amazon Counseling Center. So at Amazon Counseling Center, we provide psychological services for individuals, but also we support quite a number of corporates with psychological and mental health support. We support quite a number of organizations locally, but also internationally as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. My name is Daphne Mwango. I work with GVRC, that is Gender Violence Recovery Center. I coordinate and support all activities or interventions under shelter or safe rescue spaces. At GVRC, we have quite a number of programs that are centered towards addressing GBV. Start from from prevention, rescue to treatment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynette Rateng. I am from Access to Medicines platform. And in Access to Medicines platform, we are an NGO that advocates strengthening health systems
especially sexual reproductive health. And in this, we are, in sexual reproductive health, we advocate for access to medical care and life-saving commodities for women and girls in the marginalized areas. And also we advocate for maternal, newborn child health and family planning services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And my name is Mercy Kidara. I am the Mental Health and Psychosocial Manager at Kenya Red Cross. We'll directly go into our discussion this afternoon. And I'll begin with the GVRC. You've been in practice for a long time, and you, day in, day out, see survivors of sexual gender-based violence. What are some of the most common psychological impacts survivors face, and which support approaches are proving the most effective in this day today?
Thank you very much. When you look at responding to the first part of your question, most of the common psychological impacts on survivors is one, trauma and stress-related disorders, that is PTSD. There's a lot of issues under what generally the survivors describe as flashbacks, nightmares, avoidance, and even persistent negative beliefs. We also see people with mood and anxiety disorders, and which stretch to depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideations. And then there is also change in self-perception and functioning. And lastly, impact on self-worth. Like they have negative ideas, or anything that surrounds them is just negative. They approach everything else with a negative attitude. Yes. On to your second part of the question. The effective approaches, one is survivor-centered and trauma-informed approach. The survivor-centered care, prioritizing survivors' rights, needs, and choices. We also look at specialized psychotherapy, therapeutic interventions that are specifically designed for trauma are highly effective. And lastly, comprehensive and integrated psychosocial support. And through this, we have psychological first aid, safe spaces and support groups, holistic case management, and community and family support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And truly, we hear that these are some of the most common psychological symptoms that you see. Moving on to Cyrus, maybe what are some of the worst case scenarios that we've seen with survivors of gender-based violence in terms of psychological symptoms that you see also in your practice?
Okay, so I'll go straight to the point. Okay, one maybe to caution a little bit all of us, because we are sharing information that is quite sensitive and can be re-traumatizing also at the same time. We are aware that we are not, ourselves, we don't have immunity over these experiences. Some of us probably may have actually gone through this in one way or the other. And so as this goes on, take a moment to breathe, be aware of what is happening in your life as well, so that as we move on, we don't want to finish this and then probably we have to rush some people to the hospital because a few things here and there are happening. Maybe what you can do actually is maybe you can note down some thoughts, some feelings, whatever is happening in you is important. You just note it down. You don't have to do much about it, but just to be aware. Now, I think when you ask me what is the worst, I think the worst is someone ending their life. When someone gets to a place where, for example, they have been abused sexually, and so they feel worthless, they feel like life has no meaning at all, and no one understands them. Maybe they have tried everything possible and no one seems to understand them. Maybe they blame them, or they are actually blaming themselves. And so when it get to a place that you have no reason to live, we call them existential crisis. When someone gets there, it means they're already questioning their own existence. And when, we may not understand, those who have not probably personally have had that experience, but when you wake up in the morning and you have a whole day, 24 hours, and actually you don't know why you're even alive, for the next 1 second, it can become a very difficult human experience. And so the worst, I think, for me, is when someone gets to a place where they commit suicide or they are suicidal. And so at that point, they need really someone to be able to support them and encourage them to access support that is available, especially so that they are able to get to a place of processing what it is that they are going through. Yes.
Thank you so much. Just holding on to that thought, what trauma-informed counseling practices work best for survivors dealing with prolonged abuse? We have instances of children who've been abused over a period of time, or even adults who've gone through abuse over a prolonged period of time, and all those ones who've gone through digital harassment. We are also talking about technology-facilitated gender-based violence. What has been working? And I know GVRC have also highlighted on some of the approaches, but just to also hear from you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a very important question. Now, one of the things that needs to be done is a very good assessment to know exactly what is happening in the life of that particular person. Because when it comes to psychological or mental issues, it's not cut-paste thing. You really have to assess each individual and then see what it is that they are going through. Maybe, for example, someone may have gone through some abuse, but somehow they have support system. So the approach when you're helping that particular person might be different from someone who actually went through something, but then they have no support system, they are living by themselves, and probably they have lost even livelihood, maybe job or something like that, as a result of the abuses that happened. So, like for example, I can give an example. There's someone that I supported. She works with one of the organizations, and she went out to Mombasa, for vacation. And then while she was there, someone took her videos when she was swimming, in bikini and all that. And then after taking that video, the guy just shared it online. And they shared it in one of the bloggers that was quite popular at that particular time. And so it's like it is spread everywhere. And so she started getting calls from the organization, almost said the organization. So she started getting calls from the organization. And the next thing she realizes that the organization actually just, let her go. And so she was grappling with all this. And so we had to take a journey. So before you see what kind of intervention you're doing, first of all, get to know what are you dealing with. That is one. Number two, it's good to know what other interventions have been put in place before you start therapy. Like, for example, is this a case where someone maybe has been abused, or you've gone through online bullying or whatever it is, and then now they have been brought to you for therapy? So if that's the case, let's say, for example, it's sexual harassment. The first thing is no therapy at that particular time. You may now start psychological first aid and probably now do referrals here and there, and then later on, someone is brought to you. So you have to consider all this before you start now focusing on what trauma-focused intervention is required. However, having said that, there are a couple of trauma-based, I would call them interventions that really have proved to work very well. For example, one of them is what we call CBT, trauma-focused. That is cognitive behavioral therapy, trauma-focused. What does that mean? It basically means that you help someone understand how their experience is impacting their thoughts, their emotions, and their behavior. And of course, that also, as well, it will impact other experiences. Let's say, for example, this is someone who's going to work every day. So you might have also colleague conflict because of what you're going through within yourself. Maybe you are a pastor in the church, or you are a sheikh or whatever. You may also realize, even as you help other people, these thoughts keep on coming to you. And so if you're not aware of that reality, You can end up, for example, having very toxic kind of relationships with people. And so you end up maybe getting labeled or many other things. You can even get isolated, yet you need help. But because people don't understand what you're going through, they end up isolating you. So that works very well. The other one is what we call trauma processing. I mean, we call it narrative processing. Narrative processing basically means, because this person, when they look at their life and what they have been through, they already have, most times, very negative perception about themselves. A personal concept, a low self-esteem, a low self-worth, and all that. So you have to help them create a new story, so that now they can re-narrate or they can share their story in a conducive environment where they feel safe. What you're doing at that moment, you are helping them interact with the very information that they have been blocking. So as they interact with that information, they realize it is safe for them to do so because it's a requirement for the healing journey. But in the process, what are you doing? You are identifying a few things. For example, let's say someone went and reported. So you might need to tell them, you did very well to report. That was very good of you. I can imagine how the society takes this, but you reporting, you did well. Now, the moment you tell them they did well, they start having a positive story about themselves. So you're helping them rewrite the story. Okay? The other one is cognitive processing. Now, cognitive processing is basically now, this focuses much more on the thoughts. And with a thought, what you do is you are able to show them in a, I would say in a amicable way. You're able to show them how their very thoughts about the experience is actually continuing to perpetuate the effect of trauma, or that traumatic experience. And once they see that, they are able now to come up with a different way of thinking about their experience. Yeah, there are many other we can focus on, but because of, there are actually about 14 of them, but because of time, I would just focus on that, or those three.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this is very technical, so I believe this must be done by people who are also well trained on that.
Absolutely, yes. This is not an experience that can be addressed by someone who has just read from the books. You really have to practice. I think myself and you, we have an history somewhere. When we were doing our masters, we met in Kenyatta National Hospital. And I know what used to happen there is that you would go assess people and then start helping them. And as you help them, you also now come and present in front of all the professors. And then they have to critique your presentation and, of course, help you somewhere along the way. Or if you come up with an insight, then they are able to appreciate that. So you have to really go through training, but also experience through practice.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to access medical services. Maybe you can just let us know, since you talked about strengthening systems, what can partners or people in this room do to improve access to quality medical services as well as mental health and psychosocial services to support survivors of gender-based violence?
Thank you for your question. And for that one, in terms of partnership, I think one of the major things in strengthening health systems, especially sexual and gender-based violence, is the operationalization of the SGBV centers, of which some of them, they may be available, but most of them usually don't operate. Reason being, we have like a little budget allocated to these SGBV centers, and we can also see that we also don't have enough staff to work in these SGBV centers. And also for this partnership too, we need to ensure that we have focal points, those people who are able to, if a SGBV survivor or a victim has experienced this violence, they're able to get these persons readily, and they're able to support them to get to the required center so that they can get support. Yeah.
Yeah, Thank you so much for that. And I know I ambushed you to come to the stage, but well done on that. And you've mentioned a very important point on the survivor care centers. And we know there are very many people who are not aware of where to go to in case somebody experiences gender-based violence. And maybe GVRC, if you can help us very quickly understand, and for this audience, for them to know, or people who will be watching us, to know what are the steps a survivor can take in case somebody finds themselves or somebody they know has gone through sexual and gender-based violence. What can they do so that they can get to your place, or what are the key steps?
Very importantly, first is to seek medical services. Or sometimes you'll get, due to one or two reasons, the proximity of either the police station or the health facilities, people will choose maybe to go first to the police station. But because we are also looking at preventing sexually transmitted diseases, maybe unwanted pregnancy, and this is done between before the elapse of 72 hours, we strongly advise that let the survivor first stop be the hospital, and then from there, then they will go to the police station after everything has been done, after all the protocols have been followed from the hospital and then the police station. And then we also, aside that, we do follow-ups to survivors so that we can follow up with psychosocial support and then even facilitate access to justice and any other services, even linking the survivors to our affiliated shelters that we have across 13 counties. So that is exactly what we do. We also as GVRC, of course, we work closely with Nairobi Women's Hospital. We have a center for access, for survivors to access medical care in all the 8 branches of Nairobi Women's Hospital. And we also have GBVRCs we have 14 GBVRCs in different counties. We work with national and county MOH. We help establishing the GBVRC. The GBVRC centers in the healthcare facilities that are freely accessible, and every service there is also given at no cost. We also have a toll-free number that we can be reached through by the survivors or anybody else who wants to report any GBV incident. Yes.
Thank you so much, and we will be getting those hotlines that people can seek help with. Lastly, as we wind up, Cyrus, what are the gaps that still remain for mental health and psychosocial support for survivors of gender-based violence?
Okay. One, I think many of those I think were addressed in the morning, but I think one is information. Because there are many people who do not know where to go if they have such experiences. Number 2 is to have a reporting system, or you being able to report to the police and whatever else, whereby, for example, the police are very well informed about this matter. Again, you don't go there and you're told this rule or this policy does not apply to us, it only applies to you. Okay. So reporting system, that is very helpful. But also availability now of like toll-free calls so that they are able to reach out and they can get supported. But also at the same time to be able to have more mental health professionals available to be able to support. I look around, of course, there was a policy I think a little earlier that every government institution is supposed to have a therapist or a psychologist. But I don't think that's a matter now. You go around and you see the organizations that you don't see a therapist there, okay? And so it's important to have those therapists available everywhere, including to the chief's office, so that when it happens in the village, then immediately it is reported until someone is helped from that place and referrals and everything else. And then, of course, making referral available, and especially free, and funding, obviously. Yeah, because again, like for our counseling center, Amazon Counseling Center, we have so many people reaching out. But sometimes you don't know what to do. You can take 2 or 3 pro bonos, but you can't do pro bono constantly. Yeah, so that is another area that I think needs to be focused on. For example, now, when we are coming up with the budget, you know, that's an area that should be really focused on. Because you say without mental health, there is no health at all. And so if you provide, for example, education and other things, but you're not being able to provide mental health services, then probably what will happen is that we'll have very educated people, but probably people are sick in one or the other. And so it's important for us to have this holistic kind of approach, even as a government, so that we are helping all these other areas, but we know if the mind is okay, as a policeman, I will be okay in my work. But if my mind is not okay, I can assure you, even if I'm the topmost politician, I will still share a bit of what I'm going through with others. And so it's important we focus on those. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we come to the end, I would like to take this opportunity to get 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Any question? Yes. Kindly help me get a mic.
Thank you so much for these very important and timely conversations. If we all go back to 2020 when, during the COVID times, part of the aspects that, you know, most of us were enclosed, we didn't know how to cope with the situation. And then now looking at what you are doing and some of the partners here and organizations are doing on mental health and psychosocial support, I feel it is very critical to put an emphasis on at least the first 2 layers of the mental health pyramid out of the 4, because in layer 3 and 4 is where you now have the specialized services. But then down here we have psychosocial, you know, education, we have PFA. How do we ensure our clients, the communities we work with, to even self-de-escalate in the event that, you know, they experience adversity? Maybe to share an experience of what we do as IRC is that the communities that we work with, including even the young girls and their parents, community health workers, are at least trained on psychosocial support, de-escalate, and psychoeducation. So just to put it out there, that these are some of the approaches that have really worked, in as much as there's that specialized intervention of MHPSS, but there's so much that we can do, and there's a lot of ignorance out here. He gave a very good example of taking deep breaths. Yeah, most of us don't really know that. You know, at times I have stage fright, in as much as I've sat in many panels, but before getting onto the stage, just having those 3 minutes of deep breathing exercises really helps me to calm. So it's just something, it's not really a question, but more of a comment that I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have another question right in front here.
Okay, good afternoon. My question is, we have scenarios whereby girls, especially from my culture, the Somali culture, there is something called culture and there's something called religion. So sometimes people confuse the two. So you'll see that this girl has been, has gone through gender-based violence, and then the perpetrator is asked to marry the girl to cover they say that to cover the family doesn't have shame, something like that. They're looking at the bigger picture, that's what they say. But my question is, such scenarios, how do you intervene? Which mechanisms do you use to help such a girl, whereby the whole community is against her and she's crying for help, but she cannot get that kind of help? How do you come in? How do you help such a person? And the other thing is just a comment on what she just said. In China, actually, it is a rule in every organization. They take a nap, 1 hour nap every day, like the way you go to take a lunch break. I'm just saying this. They have those stretch beds, you come with something to sleep in, to just, take a breather. So because most of us, we are working with these communities, we are working with these people, we don't realize, like he said, Silas, right? Like he said, we absorb a lot of things. At the end of the day, we also need to breathe out. We also need to have a coping mechanism as people, as humans. We're all humans at the end of the day.
Thank you so much for that. And very right that we need to have some very simple, basic coping mechanisms that we can use when we are having stressors, but also communities need to know how they can self-help them. And IRC have given an example of how they do the de-escalation. But also for us at Kenya Red Cross, we do trainings and sensitize communities on psychological first aid and for our first responders to know how you can help a fellow human being who is in distress. But going to your question, I don't know who of our panelists here would like to answer this question on how can you help a girl who is coming from this cultural background where, if I got you right, where there is, they're trying to do cover-up so as not to shame the family by reporting an instance of sexual gender-based violence. Anyone? Yes.
I think when it comes to anything that is touching the children, we are always told that the best interest of a child must come first. And in this case, the best thing is to work with the Ministry, Department of Children's Services, because then they take a lead in ensuring that the child is safe, the child is schooled, and at the end of it all, the child belongs to the government. There is law, there is religion, and there is culture. But at the end of the day, we have law that governs us as a country. So when we put all those things together, we want to maybe safeguard the family. We don't want to be ashamed. But at the end of the day, let's remember that there is law. And also one of the things that we are supposed to do. Some of these things happen because people lack knowledge. They don't even know that if a child says yes, it's still a crime under this government. When we look at the Constitution and everything else that governs us, she is still a child, he is still a child. So even if it cannot give consent. So at the end of the day, we need to do a lot of rigorous community awareness activities, especially to the regions that are identified with high cases of GBV. Thank you.
Okay, so just as a small contribution, I think what I would say is this is a system issue, especially where we have cultures whereby if there has been, for example, sexual abuse, then you marry that particular person. I think these are conversations that needs to begin from the family level, from the grassroots to school, and so that now, of course, policies as well, so that children, as they are growing up, they know their rights. And part of their right is actually to be able to report anything that goes against their privacy, and especially being informed that, yes, it may look culturally right or religiously right, but at the end of it all, if it's something that is hurting the life of a child, if it's something that is putting the life of that child to a halt of some sort, then there is no negotiation at that point. But you see, the problem is this. When it happens in the rural areas, for example, almost everyone there knows that this is how the culture do their things. So it's like when you report, you look actually like a stranger. You don't understand this. That's what we do in our culture. So it has to begin from there. This falls under the level of indoctrination. And indoctrination basically means you take the brain, allow me use that literally, you take out the brain of a human being, you put your brain, which can be the brain of the culture, the brain of the religion, And so this child or this person, as they grow up, they are not growing up in freedom. They are growing up as perpetuators of the community, of the societal beliefs, or something like that. They have no sense of freedom, and therefore they don't realize that they themselves need security and they can actually stand for themselves. That is one. The other thing is, if someone who has been through those experiences come for therapy, one of the things that you need to focus on, of course, is to give them a platform and for them to be able also to create very good rapport. Once they have created very good rapport, it's easy for them to open up and share with you. As they share with you, then you can do psychoeducation, part of it. And psychoeducation basically is to enable this little one, if it's a small child, for example, to actually understand that whatever it is that is happening in the society, it may look right, maybe to the whole society, to your parents, to the teachers, but it is actually not right because in one or the other, it is infringing your own right. So you do the psychoeducation, but also at the same time, you use what I was calling the cognitive behavioral therapy. That also helps a lot to be able to work now on the negative ways of thinking so that you can come up with ideas that are positive, that are building you, and that are making you, like there's that sense of universality, so that you are not just very, like in a cult of some sort, but you're able also to share with the rest of the world the views of marriage and all those other aspects. One of those cases that I really dealt with is a child, 10 years old, was married, and she stayed in her family. Now, there was a second wife. So when other children are asking for permission to go and play, this child will go to the first wife and ask for permission to also go and play. And so the child didn't know what was going on until the first wife died. When the first wife died is when now she became fully a woman in the family. And slowly by slowly she got pregnant. So she is coming to see us when she's already 6 months pregnant, and she's wondering, why am I the only one who looks like this and everybody else doesn't look like me? She's comparing herself with other children. When you buy sweets, she also wants sweets. Like, she really doesn't understand what is happening. And therefore, whoever gets hold of such a case, it is time to really do a proper psychoeducation, but also to report. Even if the systems are against, let's say the community or religious, you really got to sometimes sacrifice and just report this matter. Once you report it, we hope that you will be alive and happy, and should you go for whatever reason, you will say like Nelson Mandela, this is democracy, and I'm willing to shed my blood for it. Because we cannot sit down and keep observing the society killing itself and just sit there and observe. We must speak, and that's why I like this voice for change. We have really to speak whatever platform we get. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And just to add on to that, I think as we had already been said, that creating awareness, and we must create alliances and allies, even at the community level. We can have whistleblowers at the community who are able to pick up these things. We must also work with religious and cultural leaders. You said these two things are often used interchangeably, but we then need to work with them so that when these issues come up, they also know that they can always advocate for the well-being of the child or the girl. And as well as creating awareness in the community that this is wrong, because the fact that these cultural practices continue to be done means that it has been a pattern and now has grown that this is what we do. So there is somebody who needs to come in and do this and say, this is wrong, that what we have been doing is wrong, and this is a legal case that needs to face justice for the girl. Thank you. I see one more hand. Yes, I'll give you very briefly, and then we wind up.
Okay, thank you, panelists. I'm always humbled and excited to be with my fellow psychologists because I really value what I do. So I just wanted to add to you, in addition to the children offices that rescue these children, we have something called Mother Offer. Sometimes we have children who are defiled And because of the stigma or the trauma that they have, they don't want those children. So those children, when they give birth, the government takes them, and that is what we call mother offer. So should you, in case know of a girl who is pregnant, because we don't encourage abortion, we also tell the girls that you don't have to keep the baby. You can give it up, and then the government will find a new family for the child. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we come to the end, I had said that GVRC will give out the toll-free number so that anyone who may be in need of it can give out. At Kenya Red Cross, we also have a free toll-free line that offers telecounseling to anybody who may be going through any mental health or psychosocial issue. And the number is 1199, 1199. You can always give to a person who is in need, and they can be able to get support when they need the support. Yes, so GVRC?
The number is 0800 7205 65. 0800 7205 65.
I hope you got that. So, one last time.
0800 7205 65. You will find a team of counselors waiting to receive the phone call, and we also do telecounseling. And anything else that the survivor may need, they can just reach out through that number.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of this session, and I really want to thank the audience for listening in. I also want to thank my wonderful panelists for your contribution, for your expertise, and for your time during this session. We really appreciate and feel appreciated. Asanteni sana. I've been your moderator, Mercy. Thank you. Yes, we've come to the end of our sessions for the day. Please appreciate yourself, and this is how we appreciate ourselves. This is how I want you to appreciate yourself. Okay. Asante sana. You've been very patient with us all day. I'm now going to invite one of us to come here and give a vote of thanks from IRC. And then from there, we will have the distribution of the dignity kits, and then we can call it a day. Asante. Becky?
Hasn't it been a wonderful day? Let's say yay. We can stand up and we just appreciate ourselves for being patient to this very end. Yeah, give yourself a shoulder tap and say to yourself, well done. I have never been this patient in my life. And say thank you to yourself. So have a seat. So as we wrap up, I want to sincerely thank each and every one of you who has made this day a success, both the audience, the panelists, the organizers, and I understand that we were, quite well represented from globally to grassroots. I will start with the local organizations and the grassroots organizations who contributed in one way or the other as we wrap up the 16 days of activism. But in particular to this regard, the local organizations in the room, I'll not go one by one, but where I can still do that. So in my list, Tuco-Kenya, thank you. NEFAC, FAWE, Usikimye, SHOFCO. We also have our client organization. And am I missing any national or local organization? My brother here from Amazon Counseling. Which other one? Zamzam. My memory is good. Yeah. And all other national grassroots organizations. And now we go regionally. I recognize that we had CCGD in the room. Thank you so much for making this event a success. And globally, I know we have IRC, of course, and we also, Kenya Red Cross, where do you fall? Is it national? Is it regional? Is it global? I will come to that. We also had Amnesty International. We had very good insights from our sister here who was representing. Again, our donors for this forum, I want to recognize UNFPA as well as Finnish Red Cross and all the other donors who contributed in one way or the other. And because we are in Kenya, our own national and county governments who are represented in the room and national parastatals who are in the room, I really want to sincerely thank you for bringing that rich insights. When we talk about partnerships, this forum has really embedded the spirit of partnership, but by ensuring that we have a cocktail of different organizations represented here. And as we wrap this up, thank you so much, Kenya Red Cross, for this platform, for this venue, for the wonderful meal that we have had, and Switch Media. You know, some of us are appearing on these Switch Media digital things for the first time. So we will go and document and videograph. When we get guests, this is what we'll be putting on our screens. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you as our colleagues and audience, and let's keep doing what we are doing, and let's keep doing it to the best that we know how. Thank you, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you. I don't want to speak further after the vote of thanks. So kindly let's be upstanding and give, say a word of prayer. And then as we end, we'll be passing through that table behind there, where we will get something, a dignity kit, and make sure you have also registered your name correctly, as well as your contact information, because we keep this conversation beyond here. Yeah, we keep it moving. So kindly let's be upstanding and also get a volunteer to pray for us. You look like you want to do it.
I don't know if it's appropriate for me to do. Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, so we'll be just going through that side, and I'm also informed there is a photo. Is it individual or group? With a banner, yeah. To pass through there as we